Very good morning to each and every one of you joining us live right here from the Thurston College grounds as the Lancashire Premier League 2025 continues right here at the heart of Colombo. And coming up is an exciting contest between Southern Panthers and Croston Kings. And the news from the centre is that Croston Kings have won the toss and elected to bat first. So there's a look at the Croston Kings. Sadushan at the top, Adil Osman, Abdul Rahman, Abdul Sakur, Abdullah, Fazil, Marija, and that's the lineup for the Southern Panthers as well. And of course, looking into the two teams, a lot of promising names, and the Croston Kings making the right decision, electing to bat first. Now this is how it looks. The points table: Croston Kings on the top with 2 points. And Southern Panthers losing both of their games and yet to get into that points table. So it'll be an interesting contest out here at the Thurston College grounds as Southern Panthers taking on Croston Kings, the Lancashire Premier League 2025. So Croston Kings once again reminding you what exactly happened at the coin toss. So it was Croston Kings who won the toss and they've elected to bat first. And Croston Kings obviously at the top of the table, sitting comfortably with a very good net run. It's still the early days of the tournament, so can't really predict that they will stay in that top position for the entirety of this tournament. But it's been a strong start from Croston Kings, but quite the opposite fortunes for Southern Panthers as they lost both their games, opening games. So this will be their third game in this Lancashire Premier League 2025. So the two umpires are set out there in the middle, as you can see the players are getting readier as well. And Croston Kings winning the toss and batting first, which I think is the right decision. You're looking to their past performances in this tournament. The only match that they played, they won it by a very commanding position and winning the match by 83 runs as they posted 202 runs in their 25 overs. So certainly they have that firepower when it comes to batting, and this is just playing to your strengths and understanding what your strengths are. Croston Kings, obviously their strength lies in their batting and they're not going to take any chances. Had a pretty good look in the pitch as well here at the Thurston College grounds. Looks good. And there's a bit of cracks and a bit of live grass right throughout that good length region. Might mean that the new ball will skid off the surface. But with the day goes on, the spinners will try to take control of the game. Will get some good purchase of the conditions. Will get some good grip. But the first hour or so, the faster bowlers will get some assistance of these conditions. So that's where the batters will need to be careful of. But once they get that good start, I'm sure that we're in for another good total on board here at the Thurston College grounds. Right, so the Southern Panthers all set to deliver the ball number 1. Here we go. Good carry through to the wicket keeper. Good bounce off the surface as well. Very hard surface. So the ball will hit on the deck and will carry through to the wicket keeper in a very good manner. There we go. The batters can trust the bounce. There we go. Once again, this should be a wide. Yes, it is wide. So runs on the board for Croston Kings, over for wide. So the bowler, there we go, just trying to start off with some short pitch deliveries. There we go, that's way above batter's head. Easy decision for the umpire. Trying to intimidate the batter early on, the bowler. Dilshan Pereira. And once again, this time, just a A good bounce off of the surface once again for Dilshan Pereira. He's trusting the bounce and he's testing these batters early on with short pitch deliveries. There we go. That was a bit too wide to my liking. But Abdul Rahman is staying patient out there in the middle. He knows that if he survives his first few overs, he can settle down out there in the middle and just get some runs on the board quickly. This time much better accuracy there from Dilshan Pereira. Abdul Rahman, obviously the second highest run getter in this tournament with 78 runs to his name in just one game. So if there's one man that Southern Panthers would need to be careful of, that would be Abdul Rahman from Croston Kings. Punched on the ground this time. Well, that runs down towards the boundary. The body language of the bowler certainly says so that it was a genuine chance that time. And it's a prized batter, Abdul Rahman as well. Off the edge, right in between the first slip and the wicket keeper, who should have gone for it. We'll have a look at that again. Well, that's just perfectly split, but I still feel like the wicketkeeper with the gloves should have gone for it. He has the gloves. My goodness. How costly would that be? Because Abdul Rahman, he's someone who you would not want to drop very early in the game. A full toss driven and a good bit of fielding that time. A perfect day for cricket here at Colombo, at the Thurston College grounds right here at the heart of Colombo. Sunshine pouring in, not a hint of rain, but a bit of dark. Here's the last ball of the last over. Good bit of fielding. Stopped a certain single there. It was not timed up to the perfection from the batter. But that is good early signs from the fielders that they're fully committed. So this is the Nation. The Nation with 97 matches, over 1,300 runs. So much of experience. And it's Gagana with the ball in hand to bowl the second over. A wide to start off with this over. So runs coming off. Couple of wides and a boundary. A chance, a genuine chance. Drop down early in the day. So this is Gagana Udesiri, 33 matches, 43 wickets for him. Again, plenty of experience. Not much pace on offer from Gagana, but it's been this last delivery from Gagana. That's the area where he should bowl. Just, keeping it tight outside the off stump. Just a hint of swing as well for him. An outswinger from Gagana that time. Now that's slapped away and might just go all the way. We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. There we go. That's the first 6. Once again, a short pitch delivery and lack of pace means a batter can certainly rock back and play it across the line of the delivery. Plenty of time for the batter to judge that ball because of lack of pace on offer from Gagana. So that's a really, really good start for the Croston Kings. The first 6 of the day belongs to the nation. There we go, much better. The nation just poking at the ball outside the off stump. Once again, the nation just poking at the ball outside the off stump. No foot movement whatsoever that time from the batter. There we go. So certainly looking into this over, can say that the nation is struggling when the ball is a bit too wide outside the off stump and when it's swinging away from him. So that is something that Gagana should exploit once again. Off the edge, get a single. But whenever the ball is short and straight, the nation just slapped it through that mid-wicket region, more towards the squalic region. All the way for a 6. So that should be a clear indication for Gagana not to bowl short pitch deliveries at the nation. Is just keep it simple outside the off stump, swing it away from him. There we go, much better. A good comeback from Gagana after being slapped for a 6. And again, wide outside the off stump, no fit movement whatsoever from Abdul Rahman. And that finishes the over. 2 overs done, 13 runs on the board without loss. Right, so Dilshan back with the ball in hand. Oh, that's up in there. Chance for the bowler himself. And he takes it. Previous over, his catch was dropped. But this time, he comes back and takes his own catch. Well. We'll wait for the confirmation whether it was Dination or Abdul Rahman. But from the looks of it, it looks like it was Dination. He was trying to once again a short pitch delivery. So I'm sure his eyes lit up and was trying to work that ball towards the squalic region. There we go, towards that mid-wicket to squalic region. But this time, just enough pace from Dilshan and getting that leading edge and the ball going high up in there and the bowler himself, Dilshan, taking the catch to get rid of the dangerous Dination. So the first wicket goes down as Dination. He's gone for 7 and Dilshan Pereira with an early breakthrough. This is a good start for Southern Panthers, getting an early breakthrough. Just the kind of boost they wanted in this, the third game in this tournament. They lost both their matches early on. So not the most ideal start to the tournament, but for this match, they've taken some good inroads. They're picking up an early wicket. Here's Dilshan again. See, what happened there was the nation was really comfortable in playing across the line of the delivery against Gagana. But what he missed out, once again, just a few inches away from that first slip fielder, and it runs away for a boundary. Not the first time we saw a ball running down towards that second slip region, so why not bring in a second slip fielder? Because obviously there is some purchase off this surface. Even Gagana is getting some out swingers, and even Dilshan is bowling some deliveries swinging away from the batter. And I think we've seen around 3 or 4 deliveries running down the second slip region. So why not bring a second slip early on? Just for a few overs to see what would happen. Now to come back to the previous dismissal. So what went wrong for the nation was he was expecting... See, he was comfortable playing that cross-batted shot against Gagana. But one thing he got wrong is that Dilshan, he offers more pace. He's bowling touch too fast, and that really affected his timing. He was comfortable in slapping that ball across the line of the delivery towards the mid-wicket against Gagana. But Dilshan, he offered a bit more pace, and that took the leading edge and it went high up in there. So that's wrong judgment there from the nation. And really costed in the wicket. And good bounce for Dilshan as well. Just enough bounce to get that leading edge. So two very, I would say, contradicting type of bowlers from the two ends. Gagana is accurate. He's bowling it slow, but he's more into gentle medium pace. But Dilshan is a notch higher when it comes to the pace in which he delivers the ball. A full toss, that's through the gap. Might just run away for a boundary. Nope. Stopped right before it reaches the boundary. So good bit of fielding. Didn't really try to hit it that hard, Mohammad Nafiz. He was just a gentle push towards the offside. 3 overs done. 19 for 1. Gagana back with the ball in hand. The idea is quite right from both the bowlers. Just keeping it wide outside the off stump, asking the batters to reach out to the deliveries. Not much foot movement from either of these two batters. Even with the nation, there was a problem. Carved away through the covers. Couple of runs for sure. Might not just run away for a boundary, and it does run away for a boundary. That's a good shot there from Abdul Rahman. He came down a few tracks down the ground and got to the pitch of the delivery. And through the covers he goes, all the way for a boundary. Just enough power, and the outfield is quite fast here at Thurston College grounds, and he gets a boundary. Now the runs are coming in for Croston Kings. 23 runs on the board. They lost a wicket. But this is a good solid start, I would say. And Croston Kings, remember, in the previous game scored 202 runs. One of the few teams to get past the 200 run mark in this Lancashire Premier League. There we go, that's the lane, that's the length. That's where you should bowl. Just keep it very tight outside the off stump. Just ask questions from the batter. Create that sense of ambiguity in the mind of the batter. That's a good looking shot. That's up in there and that's gone all the way for a boundary. Well. Abdul Rahman, he's on a mission. He's going to go after the bowling. Once again, just a few steps down the ground. So lack of pace from Gagana allows the batter to do that. So he has to create his own pace. He has to create his own timing. And that is exactly what Abdul Rahman did there. Came down the track, got to the pitch of the delivery. And played it down the ground all the way towards the boundary. It's a power play. So only two fielders permitted to be outside the 30-yard circle. That's up in there. A chance. Dropped. My goodness. The second chance, I would say. The mid-on fielder completely misjudged that. That's a cardinal error. That should have been the second wicket. Pretty unfortunate. Croston Kings 28 for 1 after 4 overs. That's the second catch that was dropped in this morning hour. Off the edge. But there's protection down in the deep. A deep third man in position in the power play. So there is a deep mid wicket and a deep third man in position. In the power play, so only two fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle during the power play. Here's Dilshan Pereira. See what happened there in the previous over, that wicket, that chance, I would say. Once again, Abdul Rahman was just trying to play across the line of the delivery and that was just too close to his body. And that's good bowling from Gagana. He just kept it very tight outside the off stump in good length region, hitting the deck hard. Just enough bounce, but it took the batter by surprise. And Abdul Rahman was halfway down the track as well. So, sort of premeditated shot there from the batter. And this time, slapped away for a boundary. Mohammad Nafiz this time. Touch too wide outside the off stump and Dilshan Pereira, just not the best of the deliveries, but Mohammad Nafiz just latched on to it. There we go. A bit up in there, but it was safe. There's no fielders. Right in the gap, it goes for a boundary. Right, so we got a backward Squalik in position inside the 30-yard circle. And this time, doesn't matter. Through the offside he goes. Once again, it was up in there, but it's safe. And that's a good bit of fielding. That certainly is a good bit of fielding. Down in the deep, stopped a certain boundary. We can see the confidence of the batter Mohammad Nafiz. Is going after the bowling. Whenever the ball is pitched outside the off stump, he knows he has that freedom to swing his bat at it in the power play without taking any risks, and that is exactly what he did. But this is some good bit of fielding to stop a certain boundary. So 3 runs taken there, so that means 8 runs already from this over with couple more deliveries to go. Much better this time. Dilshan Pereira, lessons learned. He can't really, keep it outside the off stump, and full length deliveries outside the off stump will get slapped away for a boundary in the power play. So he had to learn it in the hard way. So Dilshan Pereira just got to keep it in good line and length, and make the batter think about his shots. There we go, much better. On to the onside this time. He gets a single to finish things off. So 5 overs completed now. 37 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. "37 runs in 5 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. Couple of chances dropped as well, so that is something that Southern Panthers will need to rethink and to come back strong in the next 20 overs. Remember, it's a 25-over game, and we got 2 matches lined up for today right here at Thurston College Grounds, the Lancashire Premier League 2025. Right, so a change in bowling, and we have Dileepa now with the ball in hand. So a total of 6 teams taking part in this tournament. Croston Kings at the moment sitting pretty on top of the points table. Southern Panthers yet to win a game in this tournament. They played two, lost both the matches. First game, they lost while defending, and the second game couldn't chase down a total. So it is a perfect setting for Southern Panthers to get back into this tournament with a win under their belt. Abdul Rahman is certainly, I think, has now overtaken Taraka Madhuvant as the highest run scorer in the tournament. Yeah, 94 runs for him in this tournament. We're asking the question this time. Nothing there from the umpire. So Abdul Rahman, that in the second over, if I'm not mistaken, that ball just went right in between the wicketkeeper and the first slip fielder. How costly would that be? He's already on 16 of 18. He can be destructive. The Southern Panthers will need to be careful of how they approach against Abdul Rahman. Asking the question once again, and it's given. The finger goes up. It's Mohammad Nafiz, and Dileep straight away in his very first over gets a breakthrough. And just the kind of start that Southern Panthers wanted in this opening game of the Lancashire Premier League 2025 here at Thurston College grounds. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, there we go. Just a hint of swing into the batter this time with the new ball, and Nafiz just trying to work that ball towards the onside. That ball just came in towards Mohammad Nafiz, and Dileep Roshan. He's gone for 13, and now it's 2 down for 37 runs for Croston Kings. Yeah, there we go. Just losing the balance of the body as well. Mohammad Nafiz is trying to work that ball towards the onside. Just enough swing into the batter this time, because both the bowlers previously bowled it, or rather swinged it away from the batter. But this time Dileep, he just brought it in and completely bamboozled the batter. Mohammad Nafiz scored 43 runs in the previous game. There we go, once again, brilliantly bowled. Now, it'll be really interesting to see once the spinners come into play, because the Southern Panthers, their skipper Udara Pires picked up 4 wickets in the previous game. So it'll be really interesting to see how he operates here at Thurston College grounds. And normally, traditionally, the Thurston College grounds, it supports spinners. There is some good perches, and there's a lot of cracks in the pitch as well. So when the day goes on, those cracks might just widen up, and the spinners will get some assistance off of the surface. So that is something that Southern Panthers will need to keep in mind as well. So Udara Pires and his spin bowlers, when to use them, how to use them effectively, that is certainly will decide the fate of this game. 6 overs done, 38 for 2. Now this is interesting. A spinner coming in. Chancellor picked up 3 wickets in 2 games for Southern Panthers. Now it's one thing to keep in mind as a spinner when it comes to bowling in these surfaces like these. Yeah, Thurston College grounds. You've got to keep it slow because the conditions aren't that quick, and there is good offer on this surface for the spinners. This is Dilip and Roshan. So there is certainly some purchase, some grip for the spinners off of this surface. So you've got to bowl it slow. Still the early days. 4 deliveries in, or rather 3 deliveries into this over. He's still figuring out which pace he should bowl. But my take is that you've got to bowl it slow. You let the ball grip off the surface. You don't give pace. Occasionally like that you would, bowl that faster delivery, that arm bowl that rushes into the batter. But other than that, just keep it slow. Just let the batter create his own pace and let him do a mistake. There we go. Tossed up in the air. A chance. Not to be. But this is good from Chanchala. He's keeping it slow. He's tossing it up. And in the mind of the batter, it entices him to come down the track to get to the pitch of the delivery and play it up in there, and that creates a chance for the fielders. Much better. I like this over from Chanchala. And that's the end of the over as well. 7 overs done, 39 for 2. Sudarshan, captain of Croston Kings, out there in the middle. A big inside edge and on to the pads. But I like this bowling from Dilip. He's bringing it into the batter, into the right-hander. There we go. Just that inside edge saved the batter that time. Otherwise, that would have crashed onto the off stump. Now with the power play done, we have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So we got a square leg in position, a deep cow in position as well. And long on, long off. So a standard field for the right-hander Sudarshan, the captain, Croston Kings. Straight into the point field at that time. Couldn't get a single. The batter at the last moment changing his mind. 8 overs done, 42 for 2. Right, so Chanchala back with the ball in hand. Keeping it very, very tight. Bowling it slow and steady. This is good from both the ends. Now the bowlers applying that pressure. Dilip from one end, then Chanchala from the other end. He's punched on the ground. And that's gone. Has it gone all the way for a 6? Yes, it has. Abdul Rahman. He's started off from exactly where he stopped in the previous game. And now he has over 100 runs in this tournament in just 2 innings. This time, straight as an arrow. It goes all the way for a 6. So much power behind that shot from Abdul. Just shows the confidence of the batter. It just shows the power, the strength that he has. And Abdul Rahman is off to 25 of just 27 deliveries. Seven runs coming off from this over already with the 6, and Chanchala need to keep things steady at the moment. But I think it was more of Abdul Rahman's ability to play that shot. I don't think that was a poor delivery from Chanchala. Just good batting from Abdul Rahman. He came down the track, quickly got to the pitch of the delivery. Oh, that's poor fielding there. It's a couple of runs. Now it should be quite simple. Croston Kings 50 runs up in just 8.5 overs, 51 for 2. And from here onwards, it should be pretty simple for Croston Kings. They just need to make sure that they're getting at least 8 to 9 runs per over. An occasional boundary, or rather a boundary every over, will certainly could put them in a really, really comfortable position at the end of their 25 overs. 9 overs done, 51 for 2. Dilip back with the ball in hand. Croston Kings in the previous game scored 202 runs. So they certainly know how to set a total. So I'm sure that's one of the reasons as to why they elected to bat. First off the edge, a very healthy edge, and it runs down towards the boundary. So there we go. They got a boundary in this over. So now it's a matter of getting another 4 to 5 runs off of singles, maybe twos, and not to take any risks. That's the important thing. They cannot just simply afford to lose another wicket here. 55 for 2. They want these two batters to stay out there as long as they can. Abdul Rahman, 30 of 30, is poised for another good innings. And through the cars, he goes all the way for a boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Croston Kings. And this time Abdul Rahman. The first one wasn't a very convincing shot. It was off the edge. But this time, he gets the middle of the bat. And it runs down towards the extra car region. It goes all the way for a boundary. Risk-free shot once again from Abdul Rahman. Down the ground, along the ground as well. Just no chance of the fielder on the offside through guarding that covers region. There is a deep cover in position. The extra car fielder is inside the 30-yard circle. So that gives an open space between the long off and the deep cover fielder. So it's just a matter of getting it through that extra car fielder. Once he get the ball past that extra cover field, it runs away for a boundary. Chanchala back with the ball in hand. Tossed up delivery once again onto the offside. A quick single. Good cricket. Just inside that time. Good early call from Sudarshan. And Abdul Rahman, it was his call for sure, but good response from Sudarshan as well. 3 of 11. For the skipper, Sudarshan. And once again. Oh, confusion. Confusion this time. And it's a big man. Abdul Rahman who has to depart. An exact same replica of what happened in the previous delivery. It was struck into the same region. And Abdul Rahman very, very eager to get to the striker's end. And Sudarshan just not quick enough to stop Abdul Rahman that time. There we go, just a gentle push. The extra car fielder lightning fast, and there's no turning back for Abdul Rahman. And Chanchala just hits a bail off. And that's a big breakthrough. This is a big wicket. This is a big moment of this game, because Abdul Rahman, he is not someone who would want to mess you up. 36 of 35 for Abdul Rahman. He's gone as Chanchala Vimravardhana with the breakthrough. Right, so this is how it looks. The batting card for the Croston Kings, 36 of 35 for Abdur Rahman. And then Mohammad Nafiz chipping in with 13 of 10 with couple of boundaries. And the nation, 7 of 5. So 61 for 3 in 10.2 overs. We got 15 more overs to go. And looking into the bowling, we got Dilshan Pereira and Dilip Niroshan with breakthroughs for the Southern Panthers. They need to make sure that they bowl in tight areas and further tightens their grip in this game. And just first 10 overs, I would say it's a balance between Southern Panthers and Croston Kings. Croston Kings getting that 61 runs, but at the same time losing 3 wickets as well. Here's Chanchala back with the ball in hand. Chanchala as usual, just keeping it very tight, bowling wicket to wicket. And there's a good grip, good purchase off the surface for him. Not a big turner of the ball from the looks of it, but he's accurate. That's the most important thing. As a spinner, being accurate and understanding what pace to bowl is as much as important as turning the ball. Faster delivery. Onto the pads, a quick single once again. And that is the end of the over. 11 overs done. 62 for 3. Right, so looks like there is a bowling change coming from the Southern Panthers. Leon Mathushan, who has been quite outstanding in the field today. And now is given the responsibility with the ball in hand. So spinners from both the ends. This is good from Southern Panthers. Understanding what's on offer off the surface. I think playing here at Thurston College Grounds for the first time this Lancashire Premier League in this season, 4 matches. A quicker delivery that time from Leon Madhushan. It's not given as wide. Once again up in there for a bit. Not much pace on offer for Sadurshan to work with now. 62 for 3. In bit of a tricky situation because Sadurshan is not 100% comfortable out there in the middle. You look at his figures, 4 for 20. So he's still figuring out, he's still getting those edges, he's still not middling the ball that well. And that is a big concern for the Croston Kings. And at the other end is a new batter, Richards Jesley. So it's a tricky situation to be Croston Kings 62 for 3 at the end of 12 overs. Overs done, 62 for 3. The spinners now from both the ends, and looks like this is another bowling change from Southern Panthers. Bit of leg spin. Hirusha. Balapitia with the ball in hand. Starts off with a single. Sadurshan on 4 of 22 deliveries. As I mentioned earlier in the previous over as well, Sadurshan's struggle out there in the middle, it just gives a lot of concerns for the Croston Kings. That's been given as wide. A risky shot there from Sadurshan, but he gets a couple of runs. Good run in between the wickets that time. Oh, that's a good looking shot. This time, Sadurshan. Oh, we'll see whether it runs away for a boundary. We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. I think it was signaled as a boundary. But that's a good shot from Sadurshan. Slowly but steadily, he's getting the hang of this surface. Sweeping the ball well. Just shows the confidence of the batter now. He's been out there for 24 deliveries, or rather 25 deliveries. That's a shot well struck. And good bit of fielding down in the deep. This is where things got interesting. And well, I think it's safe. I think it really didn't reach the boundary. So that's a good decision from the umpire. The right decision. This time through the gap. Couple of runs easily for Richards Jestley this time. Hirusha is just pacing that ball short outside the off stump. Easy pickings for Richard Jessley and for Sadurshan as well, especially through that backward Squalic region. Sadurshan seems to be pretty comfortable through that region, and at the same time Richard Jessley just playing it away from that point field in the previous delivery, and this time on to the onside. That's the end of the over. 13 overs done. 73 for 3. Right, so Leon Madushan to continue. Sadushan on 9 of 25 and Richard Jessley 5 of 3. I like how the finger spinners of Southern Panthers are operating at the moment. Not bowling too fast, just in that right pace, tossing it up, enticing the batter to go down the ground and to play some big shots, and just making their life difficult, which is exactly is their job as finger spinners. And on the other hand, Hirusha, the wrist spinner or the leg spinner, he might go for a few runs, but he's a genuine wicket-taking bowler. All leg spinners are. It has to be a wide. Yeah, there we go. Leg spinners, they might go for a few runs, but they're wicket-taking options. On the other hand, the finger spinners or the off spinners, they will have to do the hard yard from the other end, keeping things tight and not letting the batters free their arms or to get runs easily. So it's a partnership between the bowlers as well. We often talk about the partnerships between batters, but there is partnerships. Cricket is all about partnerships, isn't it? There is partnerships between the batters, there are partnerships between the fielders, between the bowlers. The bowlers have to complement each other. If a leg spinner is bowling from the other end, an off spinner bowling from the other end, the off spinner need to be careful not to give away runs and to put pressure so that the leg spinner can, entice a batter much more compared to an off spinner. So he's a wicket taking option there. And the off spinner need to keep things tight. So that's a partnership there. And at the same time, the fielders backing up. So there's partnerships all around the cricket field. That's a very interesting thing as well. And 14 overs done, 76 for 3. Right. Now this is what we've been waiting for. As and I've been waiting for to have Udara Piris to bowl. That's a full toss onto the onside and just short of the fielder. My goodness, he creates an opportunity from the very first ball itself. Udara Piris picked up 3 or 4 wickets, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous few games for Southern Panthers. A tossed up delivery, a full toss in fact, onto the pads, and just short of the fielder. Off the pads once again, and it runs away for a boundary. This is not good bowling from Udara Piris. It's just his second delivery, so it's just still trying to warm up and try to figure out what's best on offer. But that's not a good delivery. Richard Chesley's pad, and he just runs away for a boundary. So interestingly, this is Lancashire Premier League 2025, Season 4. We're seeing 2 overs that will be at the disposal of the batters. So once the 15 overs are completed, the batting side can take a batting power play, and it will be bowled with a pink ball, and those 2 overs will be coined as power over. So I'll get you the updates as to what changes we can expect in those 2 overs. Now that's a good looking shot. Powerfully struck, goes all the way for a boundary. Just 1 bounce before it reaches the boundary, and Richard Chesley just showing his authority out there in the middle. There we go, another full toss, and it playing towards the mid-wicket region. Easy pickings for Richard. And now the runs are slowly but steadily coming in. 88 for 3 now, Croston Kings. So once these last deliveries bowled, these 14.5 overs, the batting team can take a power play. 2 overs. And once again, doesn't matter whether it's power play or not, because Richard Chesley is just powering that ball out, and it goes all the way for a boundary. This time it's a 6. There we go. Down on one knee. Once again, same region. A much better result as it goes all the way for a 6. 15 overs done. 94 for 3. Runs coming in steadily at the moment for the Croston Kings. 95 runs, just 5 runs shy of their 100. The current run rate, it stands at 6.26, and in these last 10 overs, they will try, or rather fancy their chances to uplift that run rate to at least 8 to 9 runs per over, which will get them closer to that 200 run mark. But as at now, the projected score Stays at 158. So there's a lot of hard work to be done in these last 10 overs if they are to reach the 200 run mark, which they did in the previous game, 202 in 25 overs. But I like this from Richard Jessley, because Sadurshan at the other end is giving that support. 11 of 31. He's taking his time, but the pressure was on Sadurshan in the last, I would say, 3 to 4 overs. But now the pressure is gone because Richards Jessley has found his groove out there in the middle, and he's striking the ball well. He's getting that boundaries off the edge this time, just fine enough. And I think this ball might just reach the boundary, and not to be. That's good footwork there from the fielder down in the deep. Stopped a certain boundary. Well, let's see whether the batters have run for 3 runs here. 3 runs taken. Good run in between the wickets. So now in this over, 4, 5 and 6 runs already from this over, and got a couple more deliveries to go. So Richards Jessley, if you look at his stance, you can see that, his intentions are quite clear. He's trying to go after the bowling. Now that's up in there. A chance for the long off fielder, and he takes it. Oh, that's a big wicket. That's a big wicket and a big moment in this game. And Croston Kings have lost Richards Jessley. My goodness, that was a pressure catch for sure down in the deep. He just made it look really, really comfortable and easy. But let me tell you, it's a pressure catch. It's Richards Jessley was striking the ball well. This time just the batter had to fetch that ball from outside the off stump and hit in that lower part of the bat. And a good take from the fielder at the long on. So Richards Jessley gone for 24 of 13. Hirusha Balapitia with the catch, and Leon Madhushan bringing the breakthrough for Southern Panthers. $100 for 4. The game hangs in balance for sure at this stage. 100 for 4. Zaid Emir is the new batter. Walks out to the middle for the Croston Kings. That's a good over from Leon Madhushan. 16 overs done, 100 for 4. Zaidemir worked away towards the mid-wicket region. Couple of runs. Oh no, just a single. Now once again. See, the last 2 overs, the Croston Kings were flying. Runs coming in excess of 10 runs per over. And Sadurshan had no pressure whatsoever because he knew that Richards Jessley was in a good form and he was striking the ball well. But now once again, Sadurshan is under pressure with the dismissal of Richards Jessley. So Saidemir will have a lot of work to do out there in the middle. Now, what would be a good score at the end of 25 overs here at Thurston College Grounds? But from the looks of it, I feel like anything above 150 on this surface. 100 is up for Croston Kings. So anything above 150, I think, would be a really good score on this surface. So that is something that Croston Kings will need to keep in mind as well. After this over, they will have 8 overs to go. With 4 wickets down, they cannot afford to lose another wicket here. These 2 batters will need to make sure that they bat at least the 21st to 22nd over. That will set the platform perfectly for the rest of the players to come in and power that score beyond 150. 17 overs done, 103 for 4. That's a good looking shot once again, just fine enough. I think we might reach the boundary. Yes, it does. Sudarshan knew exactly where the fielder was positioned. He was careful enough to play it just fine enough to get it all the way towards the boundary. So Sadurshan seems to be pretty comfortable playing that sweep shot. Not the first time we saw Sadurshan. Whenever he runs out of options, he always go for that sweep shot. And it ends up getting some good runs for him and for his team. There we go. And once again, this time much more square of the wicket. He gets a couple of runs. One very fine, the other one square of the wicket. So there's good range for Sadurshan's sweep shots. Can get it fine, he can get it square. Now all of a sudden he's on 22 of 36 and 6 runs coming off from this over, the first 2 deliveries. A quick single. Now there is one thing, another thing that I noticed is that short third man fielder is just too deep. There is always a single on offer on that part of this wicket. So if the ball is edged or maybe a slight deflection of the bat, an extra run being taken that time. Poor from the Southern Panthers. So I feel like that short third man fielder is just too much deep He needs to make sure that he's cutting off that single. Asking the question this time, nothing there from the umpire. So I wouldn't mind the captain bringing that short third man fielder a bit more closer towards the stumps, because they need to make sure that the runs are not flowing at ease. They are probably just sliding down the leg side that time. Sadurshan just too close to his body to sweep. And sweep shot has become his go-to shot so far in this match. This time straight to the point fielder. So bringing that short third man closer will cut that single, and that'll put some pressure on the batters. So at this stage, 18 overs done. We'll talk about this in the next over. 112 for 4. Udar Piris. Richard Jesley took him off 21 of 2.1 overs. So to come back to the point I was making in the previous over, bringing that short third man fielder a bit more closer will cut that single, and that will put some pressure. Now that is a tactical decision the captain should take. Positioning their fielders is as much as important as, in which area where he should be positioned, in which length. Whether you're putting him in deep, whether you're putting him in short. So that is something the captain should take tactically, strategically. And that communication should come from the wicketkeeper as well, because he has the best set of eyes in this in the ground. Now that is up in there, and that's taken. Brilliantly taken down in the deep, and Said Emir struggle comes to an end. Just trying to whack that ball down the ground, but once again not timed up to the perfection. A tossed up delivery, a full length delivery, but hitting that bottom part of the bat once again. Not timed up to the perfection, not much power behind that shot. And the bat rotating in his hands as well. And a good take from the fielder. So the 5th wicket goes down. Now half the side back in the pavilion. As Dilshan Pereira takes a good catch down in the deep. Zaid Emir gone for 2. It's 115 for 5. Shamsul Munir, right-handed batter. Oh, dropped. That was a valiant effort from the fielder. I think he has hurt himself during the process. The first ball had to fetch it from outside the off stump once again. Just popping out of his hands at the last moment, and his head just stamped on the ground. Quite a start for Shamsul Munir. The first ball outside the off stump, he is gone for it. 19 overs done, 116 for the loss of 5 wickets. Cut away this time. Misfields. The fielding has been quite good, I would say. Well, there were a couple of instances, 1 or 2 instances, I would say, a case where the fielders misjudged their catches and some ground fielding errors. But other than that, overall, I think the fielding has been pretty good from the Southern Panthers. We saw some really good catches being taken. The ground fielding has been good as well. Couple of runouts, 1 run out if I'm not mistaken. So overall, I would say the fielding has been quite good from Southern Panthers, and they've certainly rectified their mistakes from the previous games. Now this is up in there. A chance, and it's taken. Superb catch down in the deep, and it's Gagan who has taken an absolute blinder of a catch shot in the deep. Now on screen you may think that looks like an easy catch because he didn't really have to move much, but that was up in the air for a very, very long time. And there is this gentle breeze that going across the ground. You had to judge it. It's closer to the boundary line, but it takes it at the end quite comfortably, and he just made it look really, really easy and comfortable. So Sadurshan stay out there in the middle comes to an end. The skipper is gone for 27 of 44, and now further depleting Croston Kings, and now 119 for 6. 119 for 6 now in the 19.3 overs. Shamsul Munir on 4 of 3. And Divanka with the breakthrough. 1 of 12 with his leg spin. See, this is what I mentioned. The leg spinners, they might go for a few runs, but they're genuine wicket-taking options. Another best of the deliveries. It's up in there once again. And enough power to get it all the way for a 6. That's a very, very poor delivery. That's the best way to put it. A very, very poor delivery from Divanka. And it's just slapped back down the ground for a 6. Look at that shot. So much power behind that shot. He knew that there was a fielder down in the deep. Just enough power to get it over the head of the fielder. So 125 for 6. Abdullah Shafiq, the first ball, has gone for a 6. That should be a clear indication for the Southern Panthers of what exactly should be done against Abdullah Shafiq. Good bit of fielding down in the deep ones. Again, stopped a certain bound. A couple of runs. That's a good looking shot, but there's a fielder and he takes it. Another wicket goes down, and Thivankar, the man with the golden arm for the Southern Panthers, once again picks up a wicket. Short pitch delivery once again. Not that short, but the batter played it across the line of the delivery. It's just touch too slow, and the batter had to put that extra bit of pressure that time, or extra bit of power, I beg your pardon. And that's a breakthrough they've been looking for. Abdullah Shafiq is going for 8. Now it's 127 for 7. Shamsul Munir. Right, so Dara back with the ball in hand to bowl the 20th over, or rather 21st over. See, once again, just a gentle push towards that short third man, and they get a single. That should be stopped. That should not happen. That short third man fielder need to get closer to the wicketkeeper to cut that single. That's up in there. This ball is not going anywhere, and they just land safely in no man's land, and there's just a single. Now this is a time period where the fielders will need to stay on alert, because the batters will try to swing hard, swing at everything, and that creates opportunities. This was up in there for some time, and this time he gets it just on the bounce towards the fielder. A good bit of fielding once again. It's Dileep down in the deep. Down on one knee, the batter trying to clear the boundary. That's up in there. And that's taken. That's a breakthrough that they've been looking for. And the wickets tumbling one after another as Croston Kings are falling apart, are falling behind. And Southern Panthers bowlers further strengthening their grip in this game. And that's the 8th wicket. Once again trying to exploit that mid-wicket region. Leading edge, it goes high up in there, not too high, but just enough for the wicketkeeper to take A comfortable catch. So he's gone. Now it's 131 for 8. Right, so Tivanka back with the ball in hand. Worked away towards the Squalic region. And it goes for a boundary. First ball from Tivanka is once again not the best of the delivery. It's just too slow and too short. Just asking for trouble. There we go. Oh, in fact, it's a full toss. A juicy full toss. Has been whacked away onto the onside towards the Squalic region for a boundary. For a moment I thought that was a touch too short because the fashion in which the batter played it. But Tivanka has given away quite a bit of runs in this match. He hasn't been very consistent. Yes, he has picked a couple of wickets if I'm not mistaken. But overall, the line and length in which he's bowling hasn't been quite consistent. I think that is one of the reasons as to why a lot of runs have been scored in his bowling spell. But as I mentioned earlier, the leg spinners, they might go for a few runs, but they're wicket-taking options. And that is what Tivanka has proved so far. Oh, he's gone. My goodness. Oh, it's up in there. Leon has taken an absolute blinder once again in that extra cover region. For a moment, I thought it just bounced just before him. But another wicket goes down. Now it's 131 for 9. And that's third wicket for Leon. Sorry, Tivanka. That's a third wicket for Tivanka. And Leon has been quite formidable force in the field. We saw he's stopping certain boundaries and he's making sure that runs are not leaking from where he is positioned. And now he has taken a really, really good catch. Now 131, 9 down. The number 11 batter walks out to the middle. And Tivanka. Last ball of this over. Powers through the offside. Just a single. I think we got one more delivery to go in this over. But fielding has been quite good from Southern Panthers. There's a drastic improvement, I would say, from the previous games. The ground fielding, the catches. My goodness, how did that miss the stumps? So that's the end of the over. 131 for 9. 131 for 9. The Lancashire Premier League 2025, the opening game of this Lancashire Premier League at Thurston College grounds. We had games during the previous weekend as well, and now for the second weekend. We're bringing you the live pictures right here, live from the Thurston College grounds. So Croston Kings are 138 for 9, having won their first game in a quite formidable manner. And now in spot of bother in this game against Southern Panthers, who have drastically improved themselves. Now we can see that they are using a pink ball. So it's a power over. So right after the 15th over, the batting side will have the chance of taking the power over. So 2 overs, it will be batting power play. So to give you an idea as to where the fielders are positioned in these 2 power overs, we got a long on in position, and a deep mid wicket. So only 2 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle during the power over. So likewise, there will be 2 overs which will be bowled with the pink ball, and it's at the disposal of the batting side to be taken once the 15 overs are completed. So now the Croston Kings, having lost 9 wickets, have decided to take the power over. So let's see how many runs they can take in these 2 overs. At the moment, they're 143 for the loss of 9 wickets. And they steal a single once again. Oh, gone is it? Yes, it is. The finger goes up. And Chanchala with the breakthrough to wrap things up here. Croston Kings 144 all out in just 22.3 overs. And it's been a superb bowling display from the Southern Panthers. This is what happened. Yeah, that's an easy decision. Hitting that back leg means there's no room for that ball to miss the stumps. So that's a good decision from the umpire. And in 22.4 overs, Croston Kings won the first game by setting 202 runs, have been dismissed in just 22.4 overs for just 144 runs. So it's been a superb bowling effort from the Southern Panthers. And now they have a genuine chance of registering their first win in this tournament. Remember, they played 2 matches and lost both the matches, but now they've come back strongly to restrict Croston Kings for just 144 runs in 22.4 overs. So the bowlers have done their part, and now it's up to the batters to take control of this game and to chase this target down and to get that points table up and going for the Southern Panthers. So Croston Kings 144 all out in just 22.4 overs. Now this is how it looks at the moment. 36 runs up front for Abdul Rahman from Croston Kings. And the rest of the batters didn't really, fire it in for the Croston Kings. 24 and 27 respectively for Richards Jessley and the skipper Sadurshan. So 144 all out in 22.4 overs. So let's have a look at the bowling performances of the Southern Panthers. Now 3 wickets for Tivanka Pereira. He's a standout performer, the leg spinner. They might go for a few runs. I mentioned this a couple of times as well, but they're genuine wicket-taking options. And Udara Piris picking up 2 wickets as well, and 1 apiece for the rest of the bowlers. Hirusha Ballapitia and Gaganatha Udesiri didn't really pick up wickets, but they bowled well. So wickets falling in regular intervals, as you can see. And the Southern Panthers bowlers didn't really allow those Croston Kings batters to set themselves up out there in the middle. Now, highlights of this innings. It started off pretty well for the Croston Kings as the batters tried to take control of the game, but wickets started to fall and a few edges running down, and maybe a bit of questions about the fielding placement, especially in the power play with the ball swinging, and that really troubled the batters from Croston Kings. And I think that's one of the main reasons as to why the innings was off to a disastrous, I would say, start with the bat in hand, wickets falling down in regular intervals, and the lack of partnerships really troubled the Croston Kings. One key feature from their previous game where they scored 202 is that they got good partnerships going. But this time around, they couldn't really, solidify themselves out there in the middle. It's different conditions altogether here at Thurston College grounds. But once you stay comfortable out there in the middle, once you stay out there in the middle for 2 to 3 overs, it just sets things up here at Thurston College grounds. And the spinners, especially in those middle overs, took some good grip off the surface, good purchase off the surface, and really made sure that the batters struggled to get runs, and picking up wickets in regular intervals really did the trick for the Southern Panthers, especially in those middle overs. Wickets fell one after another, batters trying to clear the boundary, trying to get quick runs on the board. But have to say the fielding has been quite good from the Southern Panthers as well. Yes, there were a couple of missed chances and ground fielding errors where the ball just ran through the legs of the fielders, but all in all, I would say it was a good, decent fielding effort from the Southern Panthers. Their ground fielding, and especially I would have to mention Leon, because in that extra car position, he just made sure that the runs are... He was an absolute wall in that extra cover region, stopped so much of boundaries and stopped singles being taken, and a good reflex catch as well. So Croston Kings 144 all out in 22.4 overs, and that means the target is quite clear for the Southern Panthers. So they need 145 runs in their 25 overs to register their first win in this tournament, the Lancashire Premier League 2025. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase for the Southern Panthers. So until then, stay tuned with Lancashire Premier League live stream right here from the Thurston College grounds. Right, so the fielder, rather the umpires walking out to the middle as we're all set for the run chase. The Croston Kings setting up a total of 144 in that 22, in just 22.4 overs. So the target is set for Southern Panthers. They need 145 runs. 145 runs in that 25 overs. On paper, it may look like an easy target, but the conditions out there will certainly dictate the terms of as if how the Southern Panthers would go on about on this run chase and to chase this target down. They badly need this win. They don't have a win under their belt as of now, losing both their matches, both the opening matches. Now here's a golden opportunity for the Southern Panthers to record a win. Right, so here we go, all set for ball number one in this run chase. Divanka Pereira and Anjana Biratna, the two opening batters for the Southern Panthers. They need to make sure that they're giving a good start. It's just 145 runs to win, but still, it needs a lot of effort with the bat to chase this target down, especially in this surface. Because Croston Kings, remember, they scored 202 runs and they won that match by 83 runs. So they have a good bowling lineup as well, which will make the life difficult for the Southern Panthers. So by no means they should take this simple. They need to bat their heart out. There we go, just beating that outside edge. The corridor of uncertainty, they call it, just outside the off stump. A high arm stance from Divanka Pereira, the leg spinner, the pick of the bowlers of today for the Southern Panthers now, coming in as the opener. He's got a job to do. Partnerships are crucial. Divanka Pereira, this is right-handed batter, 33 matches, 183 runs. There's a lot to prove with the bat, coming in as the opener, especially against the new ball. And at the other end is Anjana Biratna. Highest score of 125. More formidable one out of the two opening batters for the Southern Panthers. And Pradeep Roshan with the ball in hand. 16 wickets in 21 games for Pradeep Roshan. A very healthy economy, just below 5 runs per over. That's off the edge. There's a fielder. Oh, he drops it. Would you believe that? My goodness. That was a simple chance for that deep third man fielder. A very healthy edge that carried right into him. There we go. Up in there. He settles out. Had the chance to grab it in the second chance as well. And he spills it. How costly would that be? Anjana Biratna. I think that was Divanka Pereira who just absolutely swung his bat outside the off stump. And that goes for a boundary. No chance to the wicketkeeper. And it just missed everything. Missed the batter, missed the wicketkeeper. A very healthy inside edge. That's the end of the over. 1 over done, 5 runs without loss. Right to the skipper, Sadhurshan, with the ball in hand to bowl the second over. An early chance dropped. Shot, or rather the deep third man fielder. How costly would that be? Because early days you've got to make sure that you're holding on to the catches. It's a very... Now that's we called wide from Sadurshan. There we go. Easy decision for the umpire. It's been a very perfect day, I would say, for cricket here in Colombo. Not a hint of rain anywhere. Clear skies. No clouds. There was a bit of dark clouds hovering above the ground in the morning hours. But now that's not the case. No imminent threat of rain anywhere. And we're in for some action-packed cricket, the Lancashire Premier League 2025. We're bringing you the live pictures as well. We started off in the previous weekend. And we have multiple games happening right till October at different venues across Colombo and across Sri Lanka. So the credit should go to the organisers for making sure that these players are getting that opportunity to play in pristine conditions. This Thurston College ground, and I was told that they've played in the Tyrone Fernando Stadium in Moratuwa and few other high-class grounds all across Sri Lanka, all across Colombo. So it just gives that opportunity for the players. Now this is over. Sadurshan has bowled it wide outside the off stump, and Tivanka is just swinging at everything, and he's not getting any connections whatsoever. Yeah, about time Anjana Beratna to have a chat with Tivanka Pereira, because he's uneasy out there in the middle. The only way he's trying to play at the moment is by swinging the bat. But that's not what he should do. He should make sure that he's settling out there in the middle, get one or two. And once again, that's been called wide. Second wide in this over. Just take your time. 25 overs are there and 145 runs to get. Just take your time. Calm yourself down and just, take things easy. Get those ones and twos. Just make sure that they're getting your ones. He's getting your singles. He's getting the twos and threes and running between the wickets, rather than trying to hit the ball from ball number one. Right, so we have an orange cap batter, rather a player wearing an orange cap, and that means he has got the most number of runs in this tournament so far, and it belongs to none other than Abdul Rahman. Now, this time he gets a connection. There's no fielders down in the deep, and that's gone all the way for a six. Tivanka Pereira finally gets the connection he was looking for right throughout this over, and he finishes things off with a six. That was touch too straight from Sadurshan. Touch too full as well. Easy pickings for Tivanka Pereira. And 2 overs completed, 13 without loss. Only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle during the power play, the first 6 overs. And I think the idea is quite clear from the Southern Panthers. What they need right now, or what they're expecting of Tivanka Pereira, is just to swing at every delivery and get runs as quickly as possible, and to get them off to a flying start. Oh, the finger goes up. It's Anjana Ratna. And Pradeep Roshan First ball in his previous over, catch was dropped by the deep third man fielder, but this time around, his second over, he gets it done by himself. Yeah, that just looks straight enough for me to give it as out as well. Straight and hitting the stumps for sure. So Southern Panthers losing their first wicket, and Anjana Beratna is gone for 4. Now it's 13 for the loss of 1 wicket. Eminem Akram is the new batter coming in at number 3 for the Southern Panthers. On to the leg side. Chase is on for the wicketkeeper, coming back for the second run. Got to hurry. Swings it and missed it. Eminem Akram going in the same path of Tivanka Pereira. If it's wide outside the off stump, he's going to go swing at it. He's going to take his chance in the power play. So even if it's not timed up to the perfection, still there won't be any risks. Good bounce for Pradeep Roshan. Good carry through to the wicket keeper. He's bowling with some good pace as well. There we go. Once again, Eminem Akram and Tivanka Pereira. Just need to make sure what's on hand at the moment, what's on stake at the moment as well. 130 runs in 133 deliveries. They just need to make sure that they're getting those ones and twos and, rotating the strike and keeping the scoreboard ticking ball after another. Off the edge. Will be just a single, and that is the end of the over as well. 3 overs done. 16 runs for Southern Panthers for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, so Eminem Akram. So no slip in position for SP Sadurshan. There were 2 slips in the previous over. Off the edge. Just single. I wouldn't mind having at least 1 slip fielder for Eminem Akram as well. Against the bowling of SP Sadurshan as well, because the ball is still fresh. And the ball might just skid off the surface. There is a touch bit of live grass on the surface here at Thurston College grounds. And SP Sadurshan certainly can swing the ball, especially away from the batter. He did that in the previous over. So there is this chance of the ball getting that outside edge and running down towards the slip fielder. So why not have at least 1 slip fielder for RSP Sadurshan as well? It's interesting because there were 2 slip fielders in the previous over. But now we're seeing absolutely no slip fielders in this over. So far so good from Sadurshan. It's just a 1 run in this over. These 2 batters looks like they only know one way to play, and that is by swinging as hard as possible. Here we go once again. No foot movement whatsoever from Tivanka Pereira. He's just standing at one place and just swinging the bat at everything. There we go. You got to reach to the delivery. Here we go. It's a cardinal mistake, and that's a simple error from Tivanka Pereira. Basics. You got to put your leg in and towards the pitch of the delivery. That's how you strike the ball. You got to reach towards the ball with your body stationary and with your hands only working. That's not going to work. There we go, once again, just poking at the delivery outside the off stump. Well, it's quite simple for the bowlers, isn't it? They're just making it too easy for the bowlers, these 2 batters, Tivanka Pereira and Eminem Akram. Just keep bowling wide outside the off stump. 4 overs done, 17 for 1. Right, so looks like straight away they're going for the spin. Croston Kings need to make sure that they're putting the pressure. The only way they're going to win this match is by picking up wicket. Off the edge! Did it carry? That's the question. Did it carry through towards the first slip? Or did it bounce just in front of him? A replay would tell us exactly what happened there. Let's have a look. Not the best of the angles, I would say. Oh, yes, I mean, just bounced off. Just bounced before reaching that slip fielder. Tough one. But Shamsul Munir creating an opportunity. Very first ball he bowled. Divanka Pereira, be it spinners, be it fast bowlers, he is going to swing at you. He is going to swing hard and hard and hard and hard. 7 of 17 for Divanka. And he defends it once in a while. That's good to see. So 127 more runs required. What should be the plan for Southern Panthers from here onwards? Once this over is done, once this ball is done, exactly 20 overs remaining. Now that's up in there. I think that's a good shot. That's gone all the way. And that has gone into the rugby ground of Thurston College. That's how big it is. 24 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of over number 5. Yeah, right in his arc. He's going to swing at it. And if it hits, it stays hit. ...121 runs required of 120 deliveries. That means, to put it into simple terms, 121 runs of 20 overs. Right, so Shamsul. Ah, it's gone, is it? My goodness, it's dropped once again. Second chance. That was a tough one. But at this stage, that's not a pretty sight. Wide outside the off stump. Oh, should have been taken. Simple as that. Should have been taken. Should have been the second wicket. Should have been the third wicket if all the catches were taken. So 2 drop chances within the first 5 overs from the Croston Kings. Keeping it wide outside the off stump. Tivanka Pereira on 13. And out of these 13 runs, 12 runs came off sixes. So that's 2 sixes. So let's see how far this approach will take him. Because so far he's been quite lucky to not to get an edge. Because he's been swinging hard at outside the off stump. So if the luck is on his side, for sure, that we'll see some big blows from Tivanka Pereira in this game. There we go. But still no foot movement there from Tivanka Pereira. Body stationary. That's just the bat swinging. Worked away towards the Squalic region. A single taker to finish things off. Southern Panthers now 27 for the loss of 1 wicket in 6 overs. Right, so 27 for the loss of 1 wicket now. Worked away towards the offside. This time a good looking shot down the ground for Menem Akram. Richards bowling his first over. Keeping it very tight outside the off stump so far. The first 3 deliveries. There we go once again. Not much spin and offer that time for Richards. Just going with the arm. And Tivanka Pereira 14 of 25. Swinging it hard once again. No foot movement whatsoever from Tivanka Pereira. Again outside the off stump. Whenever it's wide outside the off stump, he seems to be struggling. But if it's in his arc, then he's going after it and he's swinging hard. A fair bit of warning that time from Richards to Eminem Akram, who's taking a bit of a run up. There we go. Good bowling this from Richards, keeping it tight. He's bowling wicket to wicket, not giving any width outside the off stump as well. Last ball of this over, just 1 run so far from it. A good tidy over from Richards to start off. That's up in there. And that's gone all the way for a 6. Tivanka Pereira. Now this is what I mentioned. If it's in his arc, he's going to go after it. And that time Richards just spoils a good over that he bowled by bowling it full and straight right into the arc of Tivanka Pereira. That's his swinging arc and he's going to go after if you bowl in that region. So 7 overs done, 34 for 1. Adil Osman, 121 matches, 138 wickets. So plenty of experience for Adil Osman. Last year, the highest wicket taker of the tournament with the purple cap, Adil Osman. And now, with the ball in hand. Captained the Croston Kings in the previous year. So a lot of experience that's up in there, but just on the bounce to the point fielder. Good run in between the wickets. Good early call from Tivanka Pereira that time. He was running towards the danger end. Fully committed to that single. Tivanka Pereira, 20 of 28 deliveries, slowly but steadily. He's making sure that he's putting an impact out there in the middle. Now that's up in there. A chance not to be just bounce in no man's land. No chance now. A confusion there from the batter Eminem Akram, but that was a wrong end. Plenty of gap in between long on and long off. That is something that the fielding unit should be careful of. The gap in between the fielders down in the deep. But Tivanka Pereira, 21 of 29. Once again, he was trying to blast that ball towards the onside, towards that mid-wicket region. That has been his go-to region. And I was told a very interesting story about Tivanka Pereira. He's on 21 of 29, coming in as the opener. He has done a tremendous job so far in getting that 21 runs and getting Southern Panthers off to a good start. 36 of 7.3 overs, just 109 runs away from victory. That he started his cricket not too far, just 7 or 8 months before. And look where he is now. Tivanka Pereira, 21 of 29, blasting the ball all over the park. A result of great commitment, I would say. Because swinging that hard and at the same time, so much power behind the shots in which Tivanka Pereira played. Because if I'm not mistaken, he has struck 2 sixes and both sixes went out of the park. It just tells you so much power behind the shots from Tivanka Pereira. He's fully committed to those shots and he's making sure that whenever he strikes the ball, it just stays hit. It goes all the way. It goes out of the park. This might just run away for a boundary. Yes, it does go all the way for a boundary. Tivanka Pereira once again being lucky that time. The bottom edge coming into play and no chance for the wicketkeeper as well. And just straight enough and he runs down towards the boundary. And Tivanka Pereira, he moves into 25 of 30. That's quite unlucky that time. Adil Osman. That's the end of the over. 8 overs done. 41 runs. There was 1 wicket. Right, so Richards to continue. A quick single once again. Coming back for the second run. Got to hurry. Quite comfortable at the end. Running between the wickets from these two batters. Quite good. Good communication. They have a good understanding with each other. Good early call from Tivanka Pereira once again. Oh, that's through the gap. This ball might just go all the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. Eminem Makram, probably the best shot he played so far. Just plays it touch two away from the backward point fielder. Knew exactly where the fielder was positioned and was careful enough to play it away from him. That's good placement, good timing and perfect execution from Eminem Makram. And now, slowly but steadily, runs are coming in for Southern Panthers. 47 for 1 in 8.3 overs. You can see the required run rate just below 6 runs per over. And they're getting there. Southern Panthers, the current run rate, 5.5 runs per over, which means that they have things under control. Just 1 wicket down. So these two batters, if they bat for another 4 to 5 overs, that will be a real threat for the Croston Kings because they don't have much runs on the board. And as I mentioned at the start, if Croston Kings want to win this match, the only way is to pick up wickets. They need to make sure that they pick all 10 wickets. If not, it's going to be a struggle because 145 runs in 25 overs is not that much of a big total. So they need to make sure they're picking up wickets and not letting these two batters settle out there in the middle because this partnership is already threatening the Croston Kings. Last ball of this over. So 9 runs coming off of that over from Richards. And now 50 runs up for the Southern Panthers in 9 overs. Alright, so Adi Losman to continue. Nine to 5 more runs required. A quick single, got to hurry. Oh, good bit of fielding once again. Abdul Rahman, that was. Wearing that orange cap as the highest run get 114 runs in just 2 matches. That's up in there. A chance. A chance. Oh, not a chance. Gone all the way for a boundary. Tivanka Pereira. As I mentioned earlier, Whatever he's hitting, it stays hit, and it goes out of the park. No need to keep any doubt because so much power behind those shots from Tivanka Pereira. He's a strong man. And he's going to go after the bowling. If it's straight, if it's full, he's going to go after your bowling. He's off to 31. And once again, this time, not timed up to perfection. It's down the ground, will be just a single. Coming in as the opener, Tivanka Pereira, 32 of 33. Once again, not the best in terms of technicality, but very effective. 32 of 33. You cannot ask for anything more from your opener in a potential T20 game, I would say. 25 overs, yes. But you cannot ask for anything more from your opener. 32 of 33, still out there in the middles at the end of over number 10 as well. 59 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Punched on the ground. And it's gone all the way for a 6. Well, for a moment I thought the fielder down in the deep had a good chance of getting rid of Tivanka Pereira. But, well, once again slaps it hard down the ground. Off of the palm of that fielder down in the deep, and it reaches the boundary. So 6 it is for Tivanka Pereira. And he's dealing in only one way, and that is through sixes. He moves into 36. And once again, same result. It's gone all the way, and it's out of the park. He moves into 40s. What an innings from Tivanka Pereira. Once again, Vinod Edison this time doing the mistake of bowling it straight and full to Tivanka Pereira. That's not where you should bowl. Tivanka Pereira will slap you hard if you bowl it full and straight. You got to bowl it outside the off stump. You got to bowl wide outside the off stump. You got to make sure that you are hitting that good length. Otherwise, you're going to get slapped. 11 overs done. 70 for the loss of 1 wicket. Southern Panthers so far. Tivanka Pereira unbeaten on 42 with 5 sixes and 2 fours, and Eminem Makram giving him that ideal support. 20 of 26 deliveries, 11 overs, 70 runs on the board. Yeah, the first wicket falling at 13. So a partnership of well over 50 runs for Eminem Makram and Tivanka. Bowling, you can see on Pradeep Roshan picking up wicket in just 3 overs. But rest of the bowlers going at in excess of 7 runs per over. So 57 run partnership so far between Tivanka and Eminem Makram. Right, so Abdul Shakur with the ball in hand to bowl the 12th over of this match. So plenty of spinning options for Croston Kings, and they're trying out everything here. They're just trying out the options and to see what sort of a combination would break this partnership, because this is actually threatening. At this stage, a partnership of 58 runs. This is exactly what the Croston Kings lacked in their innings. A partnership, a good solid partnership. And now what we're seeing from Southern Panthers is exactly what they require at this stage of the game. A good solid partnership, and now 58 runs are between these two batters, and I'm sure they haven't utilized as many deliveries to get these 58 runs in their partnership, mostly because of Tivanka Pereira, the way he's batting, and he's inching towards his half century. And what a moment it would be if he can get to his half century in a run chase against the Croston Kings, who are on the top of the table, and Southern Panthers having lost both their opening matches to come back in such a fashion to win this game. Oh, quick single. Got to hurry. My goodness, that was a mistake from the fielder. Couple of runs on offer. But that was a big risk from Eminem Makram. Just a push and run, because that the fielder was close by, that backward point fielder. Is that a risk that they should take at this stage? That's questionable. But at the end of the day, the luck is on their side, I would say. Yeah, just a single this time. That's the end of the over. 12 overs done. 75 for 1. That's good there from Makram. And it goes for boundary. My goodness, that was very casual there from the batter. And it runs away for a boundary. There we go. Just a paddle, I would say. It wasn't a sweep. It was more of a paddle that time from the batter, Eminem Makram, and he moves into 28. And this partnership is growing now. The current run rate exceeds the required run rate. Everything under control for Southern Panthers. It's their game to lose now. More runs on offer. At least 2 runs. And in fact, it's gone for a boundary. My goodness. As easy as you like. Outside the off stump. Cut away. And very poor from that time Abdul Rahman. Quite recognizable from his orange cap as the highest run getter. But that was not a good effort off of the field. He's normally a good fielder. You saw him showing some good athleticism in the field. But that wasn't the case that time. A faster delivery from Vinod Edison. Croston Kings just desperate for a wicket at this stage of the game. Now there we go. Runs, and it runs away for a boundary. Well. Eminem Makram has certainly showcased his variety. Here we go. Just a scoop, a casual scoop, bit cheeky, very effective. The third boundary in this over. Now just 58 runs away from victory. Southern Panthers. What a turnaround. A faster delivery to finish things off. 13 overs done. There's an expensive over. And Southern Panthers 88 for 1. Abdul Sakur back with the ball in hand. And now Eminem Makram, there's a clear transition because the way in which he's batting, he's handling the ball, the way he's batting, his approach. See, that's what I mentioned earlier. The longer you stay out there in the middle, the more comfortable you get. And Eminem Makram is a clear indication of that. He struggled at the start, but now look how he's handling the ball. Well, he's playing all over the ground. He's scooping the ball, he's paddling the ball, he's driving it, he's doing everything right. And it's just so good to see the batters evolving like that. That's the end of the over. 14 overs done. 90 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. .38 of 38 for Akram. And Divanka on 44. Both the batters in superb form, striking the ball well. Here's Shamsul Munir against Divanka Pereira. As punched on the ground, there is protection in the deep, but wasn't timed up to the perfection. Gets a single. Moves into 45. Well, Eminem Akram just trying out everything here. It just tells you the confidence of the batter, isn't it? It grows ball after ball. It grows. Eminem Akram, his confidence has boosted. He's forcing himself to play out some shots like that. That's up in there and that's gone. This time, Shamsul Munir gets a breakthrough and Eminem Akram, after scoring a brilliant 38 runs of just 40 deliveries, has to depart. And Shamsul Munir has certainly broken the partnership here. A partnership that was threatening Croston Kings. Cut away, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Couldn't really get it over the top of that backward point fielder. So the second wicket goes down for 91 runs and Eminem Akram, he's gone for 38 over 41. Leon Madushan, 49 matches, 1,500 runs. Just the kind of partner which Tivanka Pereira wanted out there in the middle, given the departure of Akram. Worked away towards the onside for a single that time. "15 overs done, 10 more to go, 92 runs on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. Right, so 53 runs required of the last 10 overs. Leon Madushan on 1, Tivanka Pereira on 45, just 5 shy of getting to his half century. And if Tivanka Pereira stays out there in the middle, it's not gonna take much time to get these 53 runs. A single taken this time towards the onside. That's up in there, off the edge, and he takes it. Tivanka Pereira has to depart. Ah, that's a big wicket. That is indeed a big wicket, and is this the wicket that they've been looking for? Is this a moment where it's gonna change? But what an innings from Tivanka Pereira. 45 of just 47 deliveries, a faster delivery outside the off stump once again. That is the area where I told as earlier where he should bowl against Tivanka Pereira. And that's a good knock from Tivanka Pereira. 45 of 47 deliveries, a superb knock. A knock that certainly puts Southern Panthers on a verge of victory here at the Thurston College grounds. 93 for 3 now, Southern Panthers. Abdul Rahman with the breakthrough. The man with the golden arm, I would say. Because Croston Kings were desperate for a wicket. Now they have certainly taken the wicket, all thanks to Abdul Rahman. Through the gap it goes. Might just reach away for a boundary. Yes, it does. The first ball. After the wicket, it goes all the way for a boundary. Through the gap. There we go. Perfect. Good placement, good timing and good execution that time. From Taraka. Sixteen overs done, 98 for 3. .47 or 54. The game plan should be simple at this stage for these two batters. Just there's absolutely no need of taking any risks and bashing the ball all over the park, because they have the required run rate under control. The current run rate exceeds the required run rate, which means things are under control. They have wickets in hand as well, so everything is in their way for a win. Not cases like this. My goodness, that was a confusion. And I think it's Taraka who has to depart. Well. Just as I mentioned how things are going well for the Southern Panthers, now all of a sudden 2 wickets in quick succession means they're in trouble. There we go. Taraka fully committed to that single. There was no single there. And it's Leon Madhushan. My goodness, I thought it was Taraka, but it's Leon Madhushan who has to depart. So Leon is gone for not much of a score, and Southern Panthers are now 98 for 4. Cut away for a single that time. Udara Piri's the captain, walks out to the middle for Southern Panthers. He needs to get his job done now, because the two, Tivanka and M Akram, they have certainly taken this side towards the verge of a stunning victory. Their first victory in this tournament after playing 2 games, which they lost. So now it's up to Udara Peiris, the captain, to guide this ship towards the victory, to guide this team towards the victory alongside Taraka. It'll be disappointing if they end up losing this match from this position. But on the part of Croston Kings, they've certainly taken a good comeback in these middle overs to put Southern Panthers under pressure. 17 overs done, 99 for 4. A single taken that time. Fielding has become such an integral part of cricket, especially over the last few decades, with this cricket being evolving with the faster formats. You got T20s, you got T10s, now you got 100 balls. So a lot of different formats coming into play, and all these things have created that sense of importance for the fielding more than any period of cricket that we've seen over the last few decades. So the fielding, as much as you look into the batting and bowling of a player, the focus should go on to his fielding as well. Now that's a good looking shot. That's down the ground. That's in the gap. And that's a boundary. A much needed boundary for Southern Panthers. This time off the bat of Udara Peiris. Oh, it's gone all the way for a 6. There we go. Confirmation from the umpire. Indeed, it has gone all the way for a 6. That's a good looking shot. So much class behind that shot from Udara Peiris. So to come back to the topic of fielding, it doesn't matter how many runs you score. It doesn't matter how many runs you concede in your bowling spell. As a fielder, if you're letting your team down with overthrows or just poor fielding in general, just makes it difficult for the captain. That's the first thing, and it just, at the end of the day, just makes you lose the game. Simple as that. So fielding is an absolutely important part of modern day cricket, and that is something that these players should understand as well. Because it doesn't matter how good of a batter you are, how good of a bowler you are, if your fielding is not up to the standard, then now that's going to be very, very costly. Eighteen overs done, 110 for 4. .35 runs required or 42 deliveries. Oh, this time, much better execution, and it's gone all the way for a boundary. And it's not Udara Piris this time, it's Taraka. There we go. Brilliant execution. Knew exactly where the fielders were positioned. And execution up to the perfection. That's a good delivery. Vinod Edison keeping it slow that time. Punches it down the ground for a single this time. Udara Piris moves into double figures. 30 runs, or rather 29 runs required. It's getting tenser than I expected. Yeah, worked away towards the offside this time. Just playing it with singles, which is the right thing to do. Not taking any unnecessary risks, but if the opportunities come, you just go for it. Go for those boundaries. 19 overs done. 117 for 4. An evenly poised game with slight advantage to Southern Panthers, I would say. But now these last 6 overs absolutely crucial. So the captain himself, Sadurshan, has taken the responsibility to bowl this 20th over of the game. 6 overs, 28 runs. Not the easiest of the targets to defend, but with 1 or 2 wickets here would mean an entirely different scenario out there in the middle. So what they need right now is a wicket or 2. Very, very quickly. That's what they want, because they cannot defend this total if they won't pick up wickets. Simple as that. Right, so Tharaka on strike, 14 of 10 for him. Here's SP Sudarshan, or rather Sadurshan, the skipper. Good looking shot. Might just go all the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. What a shot. That probably is one of the best shots we've seen this day here at Thurston College grounds, and lofted off drive. It just cannot get better than that. Look at that execution. Up and over. And through the offside, it goes all the way for a boundary. 24 or more runs required. Change in the field now. a packed offside field for Taraka. You got long off, deep extra cover and a deep cover in position. So nobody inside the 30-yard circle except for the backward point fielder. So there is a deep point in position. And the same field for Udara Piris as well. A deep point, backward point inside the 30-yard circle. Deep extra car. And long off rather. And on the offside, or rather on the onside, we got long on in position. A deep mid-wicket. And the square leg fielder inside the 30-yard circle. And the fine leg fielder also inside the 30-yard circle. So anything around that V region, everyone out in the boundary line. So got 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. They're desperate for a catch, desperate for a wicket. SP Sudarshan. Already 6 runs coming off from this over. Down the leg side, wides given. Eight runs already from this over. Yeah, that's what happens when you give away a boundary of your very first delivery. It just let the whole mood down. It just affects your core. It affects your confidence. So that's why most of the batters, they just try to hit a boundary of the very first delivery of the over. And that just completely dismantles the bowler. And that is exactly what we've seen in this over as well. So 8 runs coming off from that over. 20 done. 125 for 4. $20 runs required now. Udara Piris on 11 and Taraka 20 or 14. Southern Panthers, they just have good batters in their lineup. Not sure what exactly went wrong in the first couple of matches. They lost their first game while defending. And they lost their second game while chasing. But now, look how they're chasing. They have good batters and they have the depth. And they have the power hitters. And just like that, 2 full outside the off stump. You know what the result is. It's a boundary. Just really like how these Southern Panthers batters controlled this run chase right from the start, right from ball number 1. They had a plan and they executed it up to the perfection. Yes, they lost a wicket early on, but a partnership between Akram and Divanka, well over 50 runs. That partnership was the game changer for Southern Panthers. And from there onwards, the platform was built. And that's why it's important to, set a good platform and have a good partnership up front. Because it just sets the platform for the rest of your middle order batters to come in and play their natural game. It just creates that platform. It just creates that stage for the rest of the batters to come in. So what we have seen today, this run chase from Southern Panthers, it's a clear indication. It's a very good example of how a team would be able to chase targets down very easily without any pressure once that platform, once that stage is done. So that stage was built by Akram and Divankar, and now the rest of the middle order batters, they just come in, they get their occasional boundary, they get their ones, they get their twos. So there's absolutely no pressure. So it's been really, really good in terms of chasing things down Southern Panthers in this innings so far. Richards back with the ball in hand. I think he bowled well. His stats doesn't really reflect how good he bowled. I think he kept things tidy, at least in his first spell. That just sums up the day for the Croston Kings. Had to fetch it from outside the off stump. Knew exactly where the fielder was positioned. Exquisite placement. There's no other way to explain the placement of that shot from Tharaka. Exquisite. Right, so into single digits now, just 8 runs away from victory. Udara is on 13. Now, still the early days of the tournament, so finishing things off quickly will definitely help in that net run rate. Boundary, is it a boundary? A lot of footwork there. So we wait for the confirmation from the umpire. All eyes on the umpire now. They're not being given as a boundary. There's a lot of juggling of the ball happened there. With his feet, of course. Oh, that's a good shot. That's gone all the way for a 6. Udara Piri, the skipper, wants to finish things off quickly here. Now, as I mentioned earlier, finishing things off quickly will definitely help with that net run rate. Still the early days of the tournament. So keeping things tidy, keeping things quickly and finishing things off quickly will definitely help. And it looks like they've wrapped up the game. Yeah, so a clear win for the Southern Panthers. They were just 2 runs away from victory. And there we go. So they've won by 6 wickets. So They've got into 145 runs. So this win will definitely boost their confidence. After losing 2 matches early on, they've come back strongly. And they've made sure that they're not lagging behind in that points table. Now with a win under their belt, the upcoming games will be really, really exciting. So Tivanka Pereira up front boosted the campaign for Southern Panthers. 45 over 48 and Eminem Akram 38 over 41 as well. And Taraka Madhuwanta chipping it with 30 of 21 deliveries with the finishing touches alongside the skipper Udara Pires. So with 5 extras, they managed to chase things down in just 21.5 overs. So looking into the bowling performances, a wicket apiece for Pradeep Roshan and Shamsul Munir and Abdul Rahman, but none of the other bowlers were able to, make an impact with the ball in hand. You can see the economy of the bowlers, well above 6-7 runs per over. And the partnerships, you can get a really good understanding as to how the partnerships went on after that first wicket goes down. And the second wicket only fell down when the score was at 91 runs. So the platform was built, as I mentioned earlier, and the rest of the batters just chipped in when it mattered the most. So 21.5 overs, they've chased the target down, 145 for the loss of 4 wickets with just 5 extras. So let's have a look at the highlights of these run chase from the Southern Panthers. At the start, they lost a wicket early on, as I mentioned earlier. They lost a wicket early on, but from there onwards, the 2 batters, Tivanka and Eminem Akram. Tivanka was absolutely formidable force out there in the middle right from the start. This was the first wicket. And from there onwards, the second wicket fell down only when the score hit 91 runs. That's how good the partnership was, and Tivanka Pereira was the main demolisher of the ball right from the set go. And Eminem Akram also took his time, but he just, with the time, he just looked absolutely fantastic out there in the middle, scoring runs all across the ground. And as I mentioned earlier, Tivanka, not the best in terms of technicality, but those shots were superb in terms of timing and at the same time the placement and the power, the sheer power behind those shots was absolutely stunning. And I think that his 47 runs absolutely made the difference between the 2 teams. Eminem Akram also chipped in with some good shots. Now there we go. That just shows the range of shots which he has, and a bit of cheekiness as well, but very effective from Eminem Akram. This was his dismissal, and from there onwards there was this a short phase of play where the Croston Kings really took control of the game. Wickets started to fall down, and wickets started to fall down in regular intervals, and there were mix-up in run-outs, but the captain Udara Pires and Taraka made sure that their team would go on to cross the winning mark in style, win just 21.5 overs as they've registered their first win in this tournament. This was Udara Pires and Taraka, especially in these last few overs. They really made sure that they're not lagging behind, and they really made sure that they're getting those runs quite easily. The placement of the shots, the power behind those shots, everything worked in the favor of the Southern Panthers as they registered their first win in the tournament. So this is the match summary. Croston Kings, after winning the toss, electing to bat first, as they've been restricted. They were restricted for 144 runs in just 22.4 overs. And now Southern Panthers, they have chased the target down in just 21.5 overs. And they won the match by 6 wickets. That's the end of the game number 1 here at the Thurston College Grounds, the Lancashire Premier League 2025. So we have another exciting match coming up next right here at the Thurston College Grounds as well, and we're ready to bring you the live action of that match as well. So until we come back to you with the second match of this Lancashire Premier League 2025 Season 4, we'll take a short break and stay tuned with us for the Lancashire Premier League 2025. Good afternoon to each and every one of you joining us as we bring you the live action of the Lancashire Cricket Premier League 2025. Just finished an absolutely stunning game of cricket in the morning, and we have one more match coming up live here from Thurston College grounds. As the two umpires, as you can see, walking out to the middle as we all set for the game number 2 here at Thurston College grounds. So the two umpires sitting up as we have the teams walking out to the middle as well. It's Western Tigers taking on Beeston Warriors. The second match here at Thurston College grounds. Bit of a hold up in the players getting ready for some action. The Beeston Warriors and the Western Tigers. So the Western Tigers played only one match in this tournament so far, and they lost that match against the Croston Kings by 83 runs. So a lot of hard work to be done in this match as well. And Beeston Warriors played 2 matches. Won one, lost one. One match defending and the other one chasing at the target. So they'll be batting first in this second game here at Thurston College grounds. So Western Tigers will bowl first. Right, so the two openers from the Beeston Warriors walking out to the middle. Western Tigers taking on the Beeston Warriors. Perfect day for cricket, as I mentioned earlier as well in the morning. Perfect day, not a hint of rain anywhere. No imminent threat, clear skies. And absolutely perfect for cricket. Right here at the heart of Colombo. At the Thurston College grounds. Pristine grounds. One of the best grounds, I would say. The ball travels fast in the outfield. The pitch looks a good balance between bat and ball. And we can expect some good cricket. Good cricketing action. Right, so Western Tigers also to start off the proceedings. Looks like they're starting off with some spin. So the first 6 overs, the power play. Only 2 fielders terminated outside the 30-yard circle. Got a deep mid-wicket in position and a deep extra car. Here we go, ball number 1. Starts off with a good delivery. Slow delivery outside the off stump. As I mentioned countless times, even in the first match as well, that's the way to go. Ball it slow on the surface. Asking the question, that should be out. Yes, it is out. That was too close. That was too full to be sweep. Well. The first wicket goes down in the very first over itself. That was just too close to your body. There we go. Too full. That's just dead in front, and that's gone. That's an easy decision for the umpire. Trying to sweep that ball, but ended up hitting it right in the front foot. So the first wicket goes down. Beast and Warriors, not the start they were looking for. Playing across the line of the delivery, the second delivery of the match, and the batter decides to play it across the line of the delivery. A very questionable choice of shots there from the batter. A questionable shot selection. You have to get adjusted to the pace of the pitch before you commit to a very extravagant shot like that. You got to play it with the full face of the bat. You got to play it along the line of the delivery, and once you set, then you can play those cross-batted shots and sweeps and whatnot. But it's important that you set yourself steady and calm out there at the middle. Get adjusted to the conditions. Get adjusted to the pace. Oh, gone! Well. Tikshana once again trying to hit that ball as hard as possible. That's his first delivery. My goodness, here we go. A tossed up delivery. Where did that come from? And Tikshana, just as he came, he has to head back to the pavilion. Tikshana Madhuanta is gone for a duck. 2 wickets down, without a score on board. This is a dream start for the Western Tigers. Malit Bimsar, couple of wickets in just 3 deliveries. What a start. Well, it's safe to say that both the wickets, the batters literally gifted them to Malit Bimsar. The first one playing across the line of the delivery, the second delivery of the match. And then Tikshana, the first ball he faced, only the third delivery of the whole match. He clears his front foot. Just tried to whack that ball down the ground. You got to settle down first. There has to be a wide. Yes, it is a wide. So the first runs on the board for the Beast and Warriors. Samir Pires is a new batter. In terms of batting, Sinet Malwattake has been the standout performer with the bat in hand for the Beast and Warriors. And Himanta has been quite good as well. See, that's much better. You present the full face of the bat. You commit to your front foot. And you just see the ball through. It's the first over of the game. You've got 25 more overs to go. 2 wickets down already. Asking the question this time. Once again, Samir Pires very much committed to his front foot. And that's the end of the over. A successful over for the Western Tigers. 2 wickets down. And that's the end of the first over. 2 down for just 1 run on the board. A superb start. Samir Pires, the new man in 35 matches, 689 runs for him. Couple of 50s to his name as well. This is Anushka. As I mentioned earlier, Beaston Warriors just gifted those 2 wickets in the very first over, but just trying to be very intimidating at first. In the very first over itself, Mohammad Farzad is the bowler who's going to start off the proceedings from the other end. A bit of a spin-fast combination up front for the Western Tigers. Once again, inside edge. Oh! Went right through his legs. Just a single. Well. Western Tigers off to a brilliant start. 2 wickets down with just 2 runs. You don't want to see fielding lapses like that. This is Samir Pires. 35 matches, 689 runs, couple of half centuries, a very healthy strike rate of almost 120. Can strike the ball. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's gone. That ball just came in sharp. And Samir Pires has been absolutely castled out there in the middle. That's a 3rd wicket down. And Beaston Warriors further depleting here at the Thurston College grounds. And this time it's Mohammad Farzad who has absolutely demolished the off stump of Samir Pires. That ball just came in sharp, and the bowler completely dominating that time. Samir Pires, he's gone. Now this was, we can look at that. That ball just came in sharp. Hitting the top of off stump, and that's an ideal delivery for a fast bowler. Cannot ask for anything better than that. There we go. Playing the wrong line entirely. And the ball just came in sharp. Three down for just 2 runs now. Sinet Malwattage is the new batter in. A lot of hard work to do for him right now. He's been the standard performer with the bat in hand for Beaston Warriors. But now, the scenario is absolutely different. The team is in trouble. They need to make sure that he's setting up a good partnership alongside his captain Anushka. Anushka Gunasinghe. Now coming over the wicket, Mohammad Farzad. You're coming back for the second run. That's good running. Good early call from Sinet Malwattage. Sinet has been quite good as an all-rounder for Beaston Warriors right throughout this tournament. This is their third game. They won one and they lost one. So in terms of defending, I'm sure they're pretty much comfortable in defending because they won their only game. They won in this tournament. They won it while defending. This is good bowling. Good pace on offer from Mohammad Farzad. He's accurate. He's fast. He's offering everything. 2 overs done. 4 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Right, so Malik Bimsar to continue. Anushka Gunasinghe living dangerously out there at the middle. Has slapped hard. Oh, it's dropped. Once again. My goodness. That should have been the 4th wicket. It just spilled out of his hands. He was up in there for some time. My goodness. You should have taken those. Right, so Sinet Malwattage is an important part of this team. His presence out there in the middle will definitely make Beaston Warriors much more comfortable. But his dismissal will certainly change the whole complexion of this game for sure. Because at the moment, Beaston Warriors are in a dire situation of a good partnership. How did that miss the off stump? Once again, good loop there from Malik Bimsar, tossing it up outside the off stump. Wow, that's a good delivery. This is a good bowling, Malik Bimsar. You can see from the action and everything that he is a seasoned bowler. And he is completely judging these two batters, making sure that they think exactly before each and every delivery. 3 overs done. 5 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Here's Mohammad Farsad once again. Well, these two batters need to make sure that they're taking their time out there at the middle. Plenty of time remaining. It's a 25 over game. And given the situation that they're in at the moment, with 3 down for just 5 runs, they just need to make sure that they're taking their time and making sure that they set up a good partnership. And as I mentioned in the previous game, set a good platform for the middle order to come. They just cannot afford to take any risks at this stage. Hitting the deck hard, Mohammad Farsad, consistently. And good pace on offer as well. Still the ball is fresh. So the ball might just skid on a bit. Plenty of green grass available. Off the edge. Oh, dropped once again. That's a second chance for Anushka. Well, Mohammad Farsad, very, very unfortunate that time as well. A very healthy edge. Went right into the breadbasket of that fielder. Didn't really even had to move that time. Right, so Sinet Malvattage on strike. Two catches down inside 3.4 overs. That's pretty unfortunate on the part of the bowler as well. If I'm not mistaken, the first catch was of the bowling of Malik Bimsara. And now Mohammad Farsad. He's also at the receiving end of a very unfortunate event. That's a good looking shot. That's gone all the way for a 6. Yes, there we go. Sinet Malvattage finally makes a good connection that time for Beast and Warriors. Not that short, but still, Sinet Malvattage was quick enough to play it across the line of the delivery. Good timing as well. That's a good positive sign for Beast and Warriors. Four overs done, 13 for 3. Right, so change of bowling. Devindu being brought in to bowl this fifth over of the match. Not the easiest of the conditions, I would say, against a spinner especially. Because there's good grip of the surface. This is good bowling. Not giving any width outside the off stump. And at the same time, bowling in good areas, good length. Just enticing the batter to come to his front foot. Leaving him with no options. Off the edge. Couple of runs there. Let's have a look at that again if possible. A replay. It's the last ball of this over as well. So 5 overs done. 15 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. This is what happened. Oh, third catch dropped. 5 overs done. 15 for 3. This was the last delivery of the last over. A slip fielder, a genuine chance, and that's the third catch dropped inside the first 5 overs. Would you believe that? Beaston Warriors are anyway 3 down for 15. If either of those catches were taken, have been 15 for 4 or 5. It's very, very unfortunate for the the Western Tigers. Right, so more spin. Isuru Malinga has been brought in with a slip in position. And Anushka Gunasinghe is on strike. Isuru Malinga, 7 matches, 10 wickets. Once again, Anushka just trying to play it across the line of the delivery. Hasn't really timed anything today so far in these 9 deliveries that he faced. Couple of edges, drop chances. Western Tigers need to make sure that they're holding on to their catches. If not, it's going to be a disaster out there in the middle. And especially given the good start that they've had in this match so far, losing out on catches like that is just pretty much disappointing the part of Western Tigers. Sinath Malwattagi is on strike. Isuru Malinga. Understandably spin from both sides. Plenty of opportunities, plenty of chances as well. Played it down the ground. Played it down the ground. This time, he makes a good contact and it goes down the ground for a boundary. Touch to a full there from Mr. Malinga, and Anushka is latched onto it. As straight as an arrow, it goes all the way for a boundary. There we go. Good shot that time. Not trying to deal in ones or twos, Anushka. Just trying to go after the bowling, trying to reverse that pressure and put that pressure back onto the bowlers, back onto the fielding unit. They'll be dominating the first 5 overs. And shots like these will definitely reverse a part of that pressure back onto the fielding unit, because they're under pressure already, having dropped 3 catches. Devindu to continue the 7th over. Gets a single. This is good cricket all round from Sineth Malvattage especially. 14 runs on the board for him. I beg your pardon, 13 of 19 deliveries for Sineth Malvattage. Whereas Anushka, 8 of 12, with a boundary to his name already. It's a good delivery. Just keeping it very tight. The important thing against Anushka is not to give any width outside the off stump, and at the same time not to bowl it full. The margin of error should be very, very low against Anushka. Because if it's full, if it's straight, he would go down the ground against you. He would whack that ball towards the mid-wicket or whack that ball down the ground. So you've got to make sure that you're not giving that chance for Anushka, and even Sineth Malvattage quite strong when it comes to score of the wicket from what we have seen so far in this match. How close is that to the outside edge? My goodness. That's the end of the over. 7 overs done. 23 for 3. Is Malinga to continue? These two batters doing the right thing, especially Sineth Malvattage, very eager to get those singles, and Anushka as well, doing the right thing, giving the strike to Sineth, making sure that they're getting those ones and twos quite regularly, getting the scoreboard ticking. As I mentioned earlier, against spin, the conditions aren't the most comfortable to bat on. There's good grip. We saw the spinners spinning the ball. Not much, but still enough drift off the surface to dismantle a batter. Deceive a batter, I would say. This time, the ball runs away for another boundary. Off the edge of Vanushka. Not where he intended to play that shot, but anyway, they'll get the result. They'll get a 4. And no slip in position. Nothing seems to be working in the favour of Western Tigers in terms of fielding. 3 drop chances. And now they've opted to remove the slip field, and the ball goes past the first slip. And now they have a slip. Better late than never, they say. Because the ball is spinning and the batter's clearly struggling against spin. So why not have a spinner? It was a real cardinal mistake there from the Western Tigers, opting to not to go with a slip fielder. Especially against Anushka Gunasinghe, who was not find his groove yet out there in the middle. Still trying to find that middle of the bat. Still trying to, be comfortable out there in the middle. This is good. Anushka, couple of runs in the previous delivery, now getting a single. Just playing it along the ground, that's the most important thing in this phase, especially for the Eastern Warriors. Just not in a position to take any risks. That's the end of the over. 8 overs done. 32 for 3. Right, so a change of bowlers. Yaish Yunus being brought in to bowl the 9th over. A bit of leg spin, not the best of the deliveries to start off with. A short pitch delivery. This time through the gap, and it goes for a boundary. I don't think so. Once again, footwork there from the fielder down in the deep. That was a good shot. It was Sinith Malwatage cutting it down. Sharp spin and offer for the leg spinner. I think he did all right there. Would have been an entirely different story if they held on to their catches. Western Tigers, 3 catches dropped. That's going to be very costly. After seeing how these Anushka Gunasinghe and Sinath Malwattage is batting out there in the middle. A punch on the ground once again for a single. Last ball of this over. A big inside edge for sure. 9 overs done. 38 for 3. Shakur Yunus, 27 matches. Oh, that delivery. Once again, a sharp. Now, that just went with the arm, but it was a faster delivery from Shakur Yunus. So, it's starting off with a faster delivery from Shakur. And that took the batter by surprise. It's a lot of spin options for the Western Tigers, and they're opting to go with all spin attack from both the ends. Understandably, these conditions aren't suitable for the spinners. The ball spinning, and at the same time, good grip, good purchase of the surface, good drift as well. A bit slow. So everything sums up for a good track to ball leg ball spin. But the important thing, I talked about this in the previous match as well, the importance of fielding in cricket has drastically improved. At the same time, the formats, how the game has evolved, how the game has evolved to be a very fast-paced game. Fielding, the emphasis on the fielding has to be up to the level in which we give importance to the batting and bowling as well. Faster delivery once again to finish things off. Started with a faster delivery and wrapped the over with another faster delivery. 10 done, 40 for 3. It goes for the boundary, the first delivery of the over. And Yaish Yunus, 11th over of the match. The leg spin punched down the ground. Good authoritative shot there from Anushka. The outfield is fast enough to get it all the way towards the boundary. Much better this time. That was too full, that previous delivery. But this time around, it gets it correct. So as I mentioned earlier, the margin of error is quite high for a batter like Anushka Gunasinghe. If you pitch it full, this time, yeah, oh, the finger goes up. My goodness, Anushka Gunasinghe, just as I was trying to praise him, the commentator's curse, I would say. Yaish Yunus has picked up a wicket. And that's a 4th wicket. Let's have a look at it again. A nicely tossed up delivery. Committed out of the front foot, playing the wrong line again. That surely is crashing onto the leg stump. So Anushka Gunasinghe, he's gone for 24 of 26, and now it's 44 for 4. Right, so this is how it looks at the moment for the Beaston Warriors. Anushka Gunasinghe, the top scorer so far with 24 of 26. And Sinith Malwattage, 19 of 30. Taking his time out there in the middle. And now it's 44 for 4. Superb bowling so far from Western Tigers. Malik Bimsara 2 for 2. Mohammad Farzad, very unfortunate to have 2 catches dropped. 1 wicket for 11. And now Beaston Warriors 44 for 4. And Yunus will continue. That'll be wide for sure. Passing to Samar Singh. Oh, look at that turn. Look at that turn. Even the bowler can't imagine how he generated that much spin off the surface. Obviously, the leg spinners will generate more spin, more than that of a finger spinner. That's cut away. That's cut away nicely. That's gone all the way for the boundary. Passing to Samar Singh has cut that ball to the perfection. Everything is right about that shot. I wonder what seems to be troubling passing to Samara Singha. Maybe some problem with the side screen. Not entirely sure, but seems to be sorted. Last ball of this over coming up. Single to finish things off, 50 up for Beaston Warriors, 50 for 4 at the end of over number 11. Shakur Yunus to continue. So straightforward, Western Tigers have bowled from spinners from both the ends for the last 5 to 6 overs. They've done well, to be honest, and it's good to have so many spinning options up in his sleeves. The captain, Shakur Yunus. That's up in there. A chance. And he's going all the way for a boundary. A tough chance there for the fielder. So I wouldn't really count that as a drop chance because that was an extremely tough one. But it's going all the way for a boundary. Punch down the ground. Yeah, that's a tough one. Can't really consider it as a drop chance. Pastor Samara Singha. Good out there in the middle. Both these batters showing great patience, and at the same time, whenever it's full and there to be hit, they're going after the ball. They're going after those deliveries and getting those boundaries, which is the right thing to do at this stage of the game. Six runs coming off from that over. 12 overs done. 56 for 4. Yeah, Yunus to continue. Coming around the wicket now. Couple of runs for sure. Not to be just a single. I like how Yunus is bowling. Occasionally he would bowl that delivery that would go wide outside the off stump. That could really be cut away down for a boundary. But other than that, he has kept it very, very simple. Straight enough. And he's picked up a wicket. The wicket of Anushka. Oh, gone! Sinet Malvattage has been castled out once again. And his off stump is disturbed, which means he has to return back to the pavilion. Superb delivery once again from Yunus. I mentioned this. Even in the previous delivery, I mentioned that I like his bowling. He's bowling it straight. He's very gentle in air and at the same time sharp turn just enough that ball landed or rather pitched right in the fourth or the fifth stump region and just spun back just enough to kiss that top of off stump. That is a dream delivery for a leg spinner against the left-hander. So that's the fifth wicket down. Beeston Warriors 58 for 5. Oh, this is good bowling from Yunus. Can see the expression from the bowler himself that they're all over the Western Tiger or rather Beeston Warriors at the moment. 13 overs done. 58 for 5. Shakur Yunus to continue, and that'll be a wide. 59 for 5. Beeston Warriors in deep, deep trouble. And all credit should go to the Western Tigers, the spinners mostly, who are making the life difficult for the Western, or rather the Beeston Warriors out there in the middle. Once again, Lisura Sigera living dangerously out there in the middle. And that ball just went past that pattern pad. Worked away towards your offside. $14 overs done, 61 for 5. Short pitch delivery. That didn't really bounce. They kept low. Mr. Segura. This has been a really good bowling effort from the Western Tigers. The spinners taking control of the game. And they started off with spin as well, because there's so much on offer on these conditions here at Thurston College grounds for the spinners. And there's nothing wrong in exploiting an area where you can, enforce pressure on your opponent. Whether it's bowling spin continuously, whether it's bowling pace continuously. As long as you can put that pressure on your opposition, it doesn't matter. One would say that they're playing with spinners, so much spinners and continuously bowling spinners. And that's how it is. You play according to the conditions. In Western Tigers, they have plenty of spin options and there's nothing wrong in them trying out every different bowler and try to pick up a wicket and, at the end of the day to win the game. So that is something that Western Tigers have done tremendously well in this match. They've found an area where the batters have shown weakness and they've exploited that. 15 overs done, 10 more to go, 63 for 5. tucked away onto the offside for a single that time. Lasur Sigera, or rather Lisura Sigera, 3 of 12 and passed into 13 of 13 deliveries. These two batters have been there for some time now, but living very dangerously. So a couple of chances, very close chances. Worked away towards the offside. I wonder what happened there exactly. Shakur Yunus. He touched to full out. Last ball of this over coming up. Just a couple of runs. This time he gets a good connection. And that's gone all the way for a 6. Pasindu Samarasinghe. Down on one knee. And slapped over mid-wicket for a 6. There we go. Brilliant execution that time. Right, so change of bowling, more spin options. It looks like everyone in the Western Tigers can bowl off spin. This was Sigera, 4 of 14, pass into Sampath. Or rather, Samarasinghe, I beg your pardon, 19 of 15. He's the man who's gonna have to stay out there in the middle for Beeston Warriors till the 25th over and finish things off properly here. At this stage, I wouldn't mind if Beeston Warriors ends up getting at least 120 on this surface, because I'm sure they have some good spinners as well, which will make the life difficult for the Western Tigers. So at the moment, the target should be to get to 100, and whatever they get from there onwards, it will be a bonus for the bowlers, because having runs on the board will ease off the pressure of the bowlers, and at the same time will give them more freedom out there in the middle. Leading edge, and they get a single. That's a good shot. It's Pasindu Samarasinghe once again. And this time a wayward delivery onto the pads and flicked away for a 6 from Pasindu Samarasinghe. And that's the end of the over. 7 runs coming off from that over this time. There we go. A wayward delivery onto the pads and flicked away for a 6. 17 done, 78 for 5. There we do. So change of bowling from both the ends. It should have been stopped. It's on the ground, just a single though. And that gives a strike to Pasindu. He's a good striker of the ball, Pasindu Samarasinghe. As I mentioned earlier, he needs to be there till the 25th over. Last ball of this over coming up from Devindu. 81 runs on the board. Just 3 singles so far. So dot delivery to finish things off. 18 overs done. 81 for 5. Now once the 15th over. Eighteen overs done. 81 for the loss of 5 wickets. Is Rumalinga to continue. So once the 15th over is complete, then the batting side will have the chance of taking the power over option. So that's 2 overs where only 2 fielders will be permitted outside the 30-yard circle. And it will be bowled with the pink ball. So that is The choice is at the disposal of the batting side. Whenever after we hit the 15th over, they can opt to go for the power over whenever they want to. Once again through towards the mid-wicket region, but there's protection in the deep. The Lancashire Premier League 2025 started in the previous weekend. We'll talk about this in the next over. 19 overs done. 8-4 for 5. Devindu to continue the 20th over. The Lancashire Premier League 2025 started off in the previous weekend with the first match at Tyrone Fernando Stadium in Colombo, in Moratuwa to be precise, and then went to BOI grounds. And then at the Kirimandal Mawatha cricket grounds, and now we're at Thurston College. So a few different venues for these players to play. And I think it's a great exposure as well, because some of these teams, they consist of young cricketers, budding cricketers. So playing in these different venues just gives the best of everything, I would say. And a very well organized tournament as well. Got 6 teams who are battling it out there at the center, and we've seen some good quality cricket as well. Now, one of the reasons as to why I think this tournament, we'll talk about this in the next over as well. 20 overs done, 84 for 5. Right, so looks like there is a bowling change coming up. Mohammad Farzad, so a fast bowler. Finally, we're seeing a faster bowler from the Western Tigers. Right, and also the Beaston Warriors have now taken the power over, which means only 2 fielders will be permitted outside the 30-yard circle, and it will be bowled with a pink ball. Here we go. Off the edge, there is a fielder down in the deep with just a single. Slashed away this time. Good bit of fielding. Nicely done, but we'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. Whether it has gone for a boundary or not, but that was a really, really good save. I think this has not reached the boundary. Bowling touch to full Mohammad Farzad this over. There we go, much better. His first spell was superb. It was fast with the new ball, swinging, and he bowled in some good areas, especially against the right-handers. He bowled in good areas, just swinging the ball just enough towards the batter, towards the right-hander. Gets a single this time as well. Thurston College ground is a large ground compared to certain other grounds in Colombo, which means plenty of options for the batters to work their ones and twos. That time the bowler an appeal, more in hope than conviction that time from Mohammad Farzad. And gone. Lisura Sigera has to depart once again. Not the best of the delivery from deliveries from Mohammad Farzad. It was touch too full to my liking once again, but no foot movement whatsoever. Just poking at the delivery outside the off stump. A very healthy edge, and it goes towards the wicket keeper. There we go. So the 6th wicket goes down for 89 runs, and Lisura Sigera is gone. Beaston Warriors, 89 for 6. Last ball, right, so last ball of this over coming up. Mohammad Farzad, 2 for 15. So that's the end of the over. 21 overs done, 4 more to go, 90 for 6. Devidu to continue now. His last 4 overs absolutely crucial for the Peaston Warriors. As I mentioned earlier, they need to make sure that they get into that 120. That's up in there. And that's gone for a boundary. 1 bounce and into the boundary line it goes. Not the best of the deliveries once again from Devindu. It was on to the pads. And Pasindu Samar Singh, he's not going to miss out on those. He moves into 32 of just 25 deliveries. There we go. Slapped hard, swinged hard. Once again, this time through mid-wicket. There's protection in the deep. Couple of runs. See, the intentions are quite clear from Pasindu. Trying to go after the bowling, especially onto the onside. Seems to be Pasindu Samar Singh seems to be struggling from a cramp. There we go. Had to fetch it from outside the off stump. A lot of stretching there. Last ball of this over coming up. Davidu bowling his fourth over. That's gone all the way for a 6. That spoils the over from Davidu and spoils his overall figures as well. Once again on to the pads. These are easy pickings for Pasindu, who moves into 40 of just 29 deliveries. There we go. That's just a way, but you got to keep it outside the off stump. Simple as that. Once you go straight on to the pads, Pasindu Samarasinghe will make you pay for that. 22 overs done. 100 up for Beaston Warriors. 103 for 6. Well, I'm surprised as to why they didn't really use Malit Bimsar after his first spell, which was just 2 overs, which he bowled absolutely brilliantly. And only in the 22nd over, he's being brought in for his second spell. I'm quite surprised with that approach from the Western Tigers. Because I think he bowled brilliantly in his first spell. Picked up a couple of wickets in the very first over. Gone, is it? Oh, it's a no ball. Well. Quite the turn of events that time. Pasindu Samarasinghe was trying to whack that ball, but ends up being a no ball. So luck is not entirely with the Western Tigers. So it's going to be a free hit for Pasindu Samarasinghe. That's a good looking shot. That's gone all the way for a boundary. Malit Bimsar saw the batter walking across his stump, so bowled it wide outside the off stump, but Pasindu Samarasinghe equally up to the task. Carved through the covers for a boundary. That's up in there once again, and there's protection in the deep. Just a single. Now that's up in there. Anjana. And he drops it. Fourth chance, is it? Fourth? I've lost count. I think it is the fourth drop chance. Anyway, that was a tough one. Couple of tough chances and I think 3 straightforward chances. Last ball of this over. These are valuable additional runs. Bonus runs, I would say, for the Beaston Warriors. Couple of runs by signal by the umpire. 23 overs done. 2 more to go. 116 for 6. It's Rumalinga. 3 overs down for 18. To bowl the penultimate over. Anjan Orton on 7 off 6 and Pasindu 46 off 33. Can he be the first half centurion of this day here at Thurston College grounds? That's high up in there, and a simple catch there. So finally a breakthrough for the Beaston, or rather the Western Tigers that time. And Lisuru Sigera has to depart, and that's the 7th wicket down. Finally, a breakthrough for the Western Tigers. 117 for 7. Isuru Malinga deserves a wicket because he bowled well. Oh, that's gone all the way for the boundary. That's poor from Isuru Malinga. Touch too short. And the batter just latched back and played it across the line of the delivery. There we go. It's good cricket all round from the batter that time. Swings hard but missed everything that time. Couple of runs there. These are valuable runs for Beaston Warriors. And Western Tigers just giving away runs at this stage of the game. Quick single, coming back for the second run and gets it quite comfortably at the end. That's the end of the over. 24 overs done, 127 for 7. 125, beg your pardon, for 7. Right, so the last over coming up. Beaston Warriors 125 for 7. And Pasindu Samarasinghe is on strike. He's on 46 off 33. Here's Mohammad Farzad, 2 for 16 in 3. Punch on the ground now. An interesting field now. Got to hurry. Oh, he's gone. For a moment, I thought Mohammad Farzad missed the stumps, but, well, he did well there. And I think that's Malindu who has to depart. Trying to get back for the second run, but there's a good bit of fielding. Now, a very interesting field setup for Mohammad Farzad in this final over. It was struck hard down the ground. They say never run on a misfield. That's exactly what they did. And the end result is gone. Now, I'm more concerned about the fielding setup of the Western Tigers for this last over, because Pasindu Samarasinghe is on strike. And now they have done something which I prefer, which is to have that long off-fielder in position rather than having him short at mid-off. So there is long off now and mid-on in position, short mid-wicket. Backward squalling. Pasindu Samarasinghe moving across the stumps. There's protection, short mid-wickets, a single taken. A backward squalling fielder in position, in deep. A deep fine leg in position as well. There is a slip fielder, which is quite surprising, I would say. Not a slip fielder. That's a very interesting field setup that time. probably to cut off that single. He's right in between the deep fine leg. There is a deep, or rather the deep third man. There is a deep third man in position and a short third man as well. More towards the slip. And there is a backward point, deep backward point fielder in position. And other than that, nobody in the covers. There is an extra car fielder, so Pasindu Samarasinghe have quite a lot of options, but the bowler doesn't have an option as it now. He can't bowl it full outside the off stump, be driven away for a boundary. Now another fielding change, long on, long off in position. The fine leg fielder, deep fine leg, comes to inside the 30-yard circle. Swings it and missed it. Last two balls of this over. Punched down the ground. There is long off in position. Coming back for the second run. Got to hurry. And home comfortably. Couple of runs there. And that's half century for Pasindu Samarasinghe. A superb half century for Pasindu. Came in at a time where the Beaston Warriors were struggling, but has now powered them to 130 with one more delivery to go. Superb half century, a responsible innings from Pasindu Samarasinghe, and he is still there, out there in the middle till the very last delivery. And here we go, the last delivery of this innings. Well, trying to work that ball towards the fine leg region. Didn't get the connection he was looking for, but that's the end of the innings for the Beaston Warriors. So 131 for the loss of 8 wickets in 25 overs. It will take some bowling to defend this total, but at least they have some solid runs on the boards, and that is what matters at the end of the day. So a good solid knock there from Pasindu Samarasinghe ensured that Beaston Warriors would end up with 131 runs for the loss of 8 wickets in their 25 overs, giving Western Tigers a target of 132. So let's have a look at the batting performances. A half century for Pasindu Samarasinghe. That's the highlight of the innings, or rather the scorecard for Beaston Warriors. But 20 is a bit of starts for Anushka Gunasinghe, this captain. And Sinith Malwattage also 21 of 35. And in 25 overs, 131 for the loss of 8 wickets with 11 extra. So let's have a look at the bowling performances of the Western Tigers. Superb bowling performance, I would say, right from the start. Maybe in the last few overs, few extra runs were given away, but other than that, Malik Bimsara 2 for 13, picked up 2 wickets in the very first over. Mohammad Farzad 2 for 20, and then Yaish Yunus picking up 2 wickets for 20 runs as well. An overall good performance with the ball in hand for Western Tigers. Just remember, they lost their first game, and now is a chance to take redemption for that and to win this match against the Beaston Warriors. So now let's have a look at some of the highlights of this innings where Beaston Warriors ended up scoring 131 for the loss of 8 wickets in 25 overs. Couple of wickets in the very first over itself, and this was the wicket number 1, and then came the wicket number 2. And then Mohammad Farzad completely outdid that time Samir Pires. And then 3 drop chances within the first 5 overs. Now, if those 3 catches were taken, the end result would have been entirely different. But It's been that kind of a day for the Western Tigers, as the middle order really stood tall for the Beastern Warriors as runs came in, and the batters really took their time, and 131 runs in 25 overs on paper might look like an easy target, but let me tell you, the surface against the spinners, it's not going to be easy. So that is something that the Western Tigers would need to keep in mind as well, to bat carefully, because 131 in 25 overs, not the best of the totals, not the biggest of the totals, but still it'll need some batting to get there. This was the power over where Farzad picks up his second wicket, and then this is the phase of the game where Beastern Warriors really took the charge. Runs were scored all around the park. Pasandu Samarasinghe was the man of the hour for the Beastern Warriors, as he smashed his half century and made sure that Beastern Warriors bowlers would have something to defend on the surface here at Thurston College grounds. And this was the last wicket to fall down. Runs were scored all around the park, especially in those last 4 to 5 overs. Lots of runs were scored, especially on the square of the wicket, on either side of the wicket, and a lot of boundaries, especially through that fine leg and backward square leg region, all the way towards the boundaries. So Beastern Warriors 131 for 18-25, half century for Pasandu Samarasinghe, which means Western Tigers would need 132 runs to win this match. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the live action of the run chase as well. Right, so welcome back as we bring you the live action right here from the Thurston College grounds. And now the Western Tigers. Beasted Warriors, 131 for the loss of 8 wickets. And that gives Western Tigers a target of 132 in 25 overs. And it'll take some batting on this surface, especially against the spinners. Passing to Samar Singh was the pick of the batters for the Beasted Warriors, scoring a half century and making sure that they reach that 130 run mark. Starts off with a wide. Anushka Gunasinghe, the captain, starting off the bowling. Oh, what's happened there? It's a single. No backup there at that time. And single take it once again. So what should be done at this stage of the game, especially at the start for the Western Tigers, is to make sure that they settle down first, see through the first few overs, because they only need 131 runs to win this match. Or rather 132 to win this match. So taking their time and see through these first few overs, getting adjusted to the conditions will greatly benefit the team and to put up a good solid opening partnership. Off the edge, and it runs down towards the boundary. So the first boundary comes off an edge for Atif Razak. It doesn't matter how they come as long as they're counted as boundaries. So in this case, It's a win for the Western Tigers. There we go. Goes all the way for the boundary. That'll be wide. Turning out to be an expensive first over from Anushka Gunasinghe. 9 runs already from the first over. That's the end of the first over. And 9 runs from it. Western Tigers 9 without loss. Lisura Segera with the ball in hand to bowl the second over. 17 matches, 13 wickets for him. And Abdur playing his first match. Swings hard but misses it completely. 2 slips in, or rather 1 slip in position. Samir Peer is at the first slip position. Taking their time, these 2 batters, Atif Razak and Abdur Rahman. Once again, just a slight deflection of the bat towards the deep third man fielder that time. That's the end of the over. 2 overs done. 11 runs on the board without loss. Right, so Anushka to continue. A gentle medium pace deliveries from Anushka. Asking the question this time, probably just sliding down the leg side that time. Can be highly effective in slow pitches, bowlers like Anushka. That's a good looking shot. That's going all the way for a boundary. That's a poor delivery there from Anushka. Onto the body of the batter Abdur Rahman. Just had to, put some bat onto it and it just flies away for a boundary. There we go. That's a good thinking from the batter. More runs on the offside this time. It goes all the way for a boundary. Once again, wide outside the off stump. That's not bowling according to your field. Bowling it wide outside the off stump. And touch too short as well. There we go. Easy pickings for the batter. So delicately exploited that gap on the offside. Got one more delivery to go in this over. There's a lot of discussions going around. And that's the end of the over. So 3 overs done, 20 runs on the board without loss. More runs, and it's another boundary. Third boundary in quick succession this time. It's Abdur Rahman once again, the first ball. Short outside the off stump and carved away through that backward point region all the way towards the boundary. This is good batting all round. Atif Razak, that was. There should be a wide. Yes, it is a wide. So runs coming in now quite flawlessly for Western Tigers. These two batters slowly but steadily building something special here. Easy pickings for the umpire that time. More runs, and this time on the onside. Through mid-wicket he goes, and Atif Razak once again another boundary. So 4 boundaries on the trot. 2 in the previous over and 2 now. There we go. Just touch too short this time from Listless Gate, and not much pace on offer as well. And the surface, it seems to be holding up a bit. It's not. It's a bit slow conditions here at the Thurston College ground, so plenty of time for Atif Razak to rock back and play it across the line of the delivery. So it was just a matter of getting it over the head of that short mid-wicket fielder, which he did eventually and got all the way for a boundary. And once again, through the covers this time, Atif Razak picks up another boundary. Well, they're dealing in boundaries at the moment, and everything seems to be working in their favour. There we go. Once again, plenty of width outside the off stump. You got to keep it tight. Yeah, the ball wicket to wicket, you just bowl slightly outside the off stump. If you give it to Atif Razak, he's gonna slap you hard, just like he did in the previous delivery, through the covers. More runs, and this time it's a boundary yet again. Atif Razak. A short pitch delivery. This is not good bowling from Risur Sigla. He's bowling all over. There's no consistency whatsoever. This time, a bouncer, but not a well-directed bouncer. These are easy pickings for the batter of Atif Razak's caliber. That's a 4th boundary in this over. 17 runs from this over itself. Got 1 more delivery to go. So dot delivery to finish things off. 4 overs done, 37 without loss. Anjana Orton. The first change in bowling for the Beasted Warriors. That's brilliant. That's up in there though. For a moment I thought he played it away from that long off, or rather the mid-off fielder. He was up in the 30-yard circle. But it ended up being awfully close to the fielder. Got to be careful. The intentions are quite clear. He's trying to go after the bowling. Trying to go for the single, but turned down at the last moment that time. Turning out to be a good over. Just a couple of runs so far. A single down the ground. And that's the end of the over. 5 overs done. 40 runs without loss. A good start for the Western Tigers. Malindu Chaturanga comes in for the Beaston Warriors. It's a bit of spin on offer now. It's been an interesting battle. For the first time, we're seeing spin only in the fifth over of this match for the Beaston Warriors. See, these two batters, they haven't done anything extravagant. They've made things very simple, and it's working somehow for the Western Tigers. They're not trying anything fancy. They're keeping it very simple. Just playing the ball on the merit and getting those ones and twos quite effectively. Plenty of gaps all run. I mentioned this earlier as well. Thurston College Grounds is a big ground. So there's plenty of open spaces where you can, just maneuver the ball and get a single or convert one into a two. So all these options are available. And these two batters have utilized those options really well. And as a result, we're seeing 41 runs on the board without losing a wicket in pursuit of their target of 132. So already less than 100 runs required now. So everything working well for Western Tigers, but a wicket or two here will definitely change the whole momentum of this game, and the pressure will turn right again towards the Western Tigers. Full toss. Punch down the ground, straight back at the bowler. Six overs done. Starts off with a boundary, the first ball of this over from Manjana Orton. Atif Razak, 29 of 22. That's up in there. And just a single punch down the ground that time. This is really good, handy batting from both the batters. They're just using the pace of the deliveries most of the times. Just a, slight deflection of the face of the bat and getting those ones and twos. And look where they are at the moment, 48 without loss. So, whatever they're working, it's working out for them. Whatever they have, their plans, it's working out for them. That's punched down the ground. There is no fielder down the ground. Doesn't matter because it's gone all the way for a 6. And 50 is up for the Western Tigers. Not much space on offer. There we go. Punched down the ground straight as an arrow. It's gone all the way for a 6. .54 without loss. The opening partnership couldn't have asked for a better start for the Western Tigers. Another quick single down towards the deep third man region. "13 runs from this over. 13. Anjan Orton. Quite expensive. Last ball of this over. So delivery to finish things off. 7 overs done. 55 without loss. Everything working out really well for the Western Tigers. 58 without loss. Adil Razak, 38 of 26. Abdul Rahman, 15 of 20. The opening partnership of 58 runs. Chance right on the bounce. Good bit of field at that time from Orton. Three runs so far from this over from Malindu Chaturanga. He's bowling well, the spinners, as expected. Now that's up in there. And gone all the way for a 6. It's just good strike that time from Atif Razak as usual. Touch too short. Quickly on to it, Atif. And through that squalic region, it goes all the way for a 6. That's a big one. And the score goes up to 64, and he moves into 44 of just 28 deliveries. And that's the end of the over. 8 overs done, 64 without loss. Sineth Malwattagi. Off the edge. Oh, quick single. Got to hurry. Got to hurry. This is the wicket that they've been looking for. And there we go. My goodness, that was a big confusion there. And then is it Atif Razak? Or is it Abdur Rahman? Well, it looks like it's Abdur. There we go, off the edge, and a good throw at the right end. That's the important thing. It's the throw that was directed towards the right end, the correct end, the bowler's end. The fielder didn't really panic. So Malindu Abdur Rahman is a dismissed batter. He's gone for 15. Western Tigers losing their first wicket, 64 for 1. Shakur Yunus is the new batter. Now the captain. Sharp turn towards Shakur Yunus. Almost chipped it back onto his stumps. That's up in there. Chance. And he takes it quite comfortably. 2 wickets in the over. Shakur Yunus has to depart. Trying to act that ball towards the mid-wicket region. Only ends up finding the fielder down in the deep. As a second wicket at Western Tigers now. 2 down for 65. That was far outside the off stump. Had to fetch it almost a wide. Here we go. It's not good cricket there from Shakur Yunus. He's gone for a duck. Now it's 65 for 2. Down the leg side that time. Now this is opening Western Tigers 66 for 2, which means the Beaston Warriors have now come back into this game by picking up wickets in regular intervals, couple of wickets in the previous over. Tanvi Rashraf is the new man in. The rest of the batters should make sure that they're batting around Atif Razak, who's on 46 of 32. But on the part of Beaston Warriors, they need to make sure that they capitalize on this opening and try to pick another 1 or 2 wickets here. Punch down the ground. On the bounce. Well, I'm not really... Oh, that's very poor. Coming back. And they're coming back for the second run. Got to hurry. So there we go. 3 runs. Yeah. Now the other thing is, I don't really understand the hurriness in the new batters from the Western Tigers. The captain, Shakur Yunus, was dismissed trying to go for a big shot, and now Tanvi Rashraf, the first ball he faced, trying for a glorious shot. Just take your time, just like Atif Razak, who's doing extremely well here. Just play the ball on the merit rather than try to go for a big shot each and every delivery, and that I think is one of the reasons as to why Shakur Yunus was dismissed. Just play it according to the merit of the ball. Because at the moment, 62 of 92 means the required run rate is just around 4 runs per over, and the current run rate well over 7 runs per over, which means things are under control at this stage. So why take unnecessary risks? Just play it safe and take you home, or take your team towards the victory. So 10 overs done, 71 for 2. Tanveer Ashraf once again trying to go for a glorious shot. Swinging it hard. And nothing seems to be working in the favor of Tanveer Ashraf. That's up in there. Oh, it's dropped. What's he thinking? Tanveer Ashraf once again just trying to whack the ball. You just try to settle down out there in the middle. That was almost the third wicket because there we go. The fielder messing it up. Has been called wide. But Tanveer Ashraf, you've got to be careful. You're taking a risk here when Atif Razak at the other end is going well. It could be the natural style of his batting, but it's important to understand. I was being called wide, so 2 back-to-back wides there. It's important to understand the situation of the game. And if you are a good batter, a matured batter, you should be able to play according to the conditions, according to the situation. Whacking every ball right from the start, right from ball number 1 is not going to help the team in achieving, chasing this target down. Yes, just 57 more runs required. But still, you need to make sure that you're playing for your team and at the same time trying to make sure that you're complementing each other out there in the middle of the edge. Oh. The batter slipping, but he's back home safe. 11 overs done. An eventful over. Western Tigers 76 for 2. Right, so Sinet Malwattagi. Yes. Osha de Silva being brought in to bowl the 12th over of this match. Atif Razak, he's on strike. He's on 49. Worked away towards the gap. And that single will take Atif Razak to a well-made half-century. A superb knocker from Razak. Came in as the opener and really made sure that the Western Tigers are in the game from ball number 1. A superb knock. And the half-century coming in, just 38 deliveries. It just shows the confidence of the batter. Tanvir Ashraf, that is 4 of 6, but Atif Razak 50 of 38. A superb knock, a half century. Right. Tanvir Ashraf, just 55 more runs required of 81 deliveries. Tanvir Ashraf need to be patient. He need to make sure that he's staying out there in the middle, whacking every ball. Should not be the approach that's been given as a wide. Oh, it's gone. Tanvir Ashraf just trying to whack that ball once again onto the onside. This is really disappointing because Western Tigers were well poised to chase this target down, but now the wickets are tumbling one after another as the batters just try to whack the ball right from the set go. There we go. That's just gone. That's gone. His head going nowhere and the ball just coming in straight at him. And Tanvir Ashraf, he's gone. Just 78 for 3 now for the Western Tigers. Right, so after the drinks break, we're back live. Ravindu Sandeepa is a new batter in for the Western Tigers. Twelve overs down, 79 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets, 53 more runs required. Now all of a sudden, Western Tigers must be feeling that pressure because wickets falling one after another, 79 for 3. Ravindu Sandeepa on strike. See, I like this bowling from Sinet. He's tossing it up, and it basically what it does is it entices the batter to go for a big shot. It entices the batter to come to his front foot, but it's very slow through there, and it's completely deceiving the batter. And that is exactly what Sinath Malwattagi is doing. And the two dismissed batters, I think, fell for that trick. Not of the bowling of Sinath, but for the bowling of the other spinners who did the same thing. And you can see even the previous delivery in which Sinath Malwattagi bowled it, a nice loop up in the air and, tossing it up. Gets a single this time. That's through the covers, and it goes all the way for a boundary. One bounce and into the boundary line it goes. But has it gone all the way for a 6? We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. Yeah, it's a boundary. One bounce and into the boundary line. Through the covers, lofted off drive. That's a perfect shot there. Perfect execution. That's closer to his body to be cut away. 13 overs done. 85 for 3. Ushada to continue. Punched on the ground will be just another single. Nicely done that time, Ravindra Sandeep presenting the full phase of the bat. Hosted the Silva very slow through the air as well. Has punched on the ground, but there's protection in the deep. Has been caught wide. Right, 2 runs on offer for sure. And turned down. That's a good looking shot, but there's a fielder who takes it quite comfortably. And it's the big wicket, Atif Razak, who has to depart for 53 off 41, trying to whack the ball out of the park through the mid-wicket region. But he has to walk back to the pavilion. A superb knock, it was up in the air for some time, and a good take this time. Atif Razak, he's gone for 53 off 41. A superb knock from the opener of Western Tigers. A knock that certainly took Western Tigers closer to the victory here at Thurston College grounds. 42 more runs required. Now Western Tigers 90 for 4. $90 for 4. Passing to Samar Singha. Being brought in to go the 15th over of the match. A superb half century with the bat. But now, not a different responsibility. A bit of a tricky situation, Western Tigers. 41 off 64. 4 wickets down. The game hangs in balance, in my opinion, as of now. It's open for both the sides now. Well, the required round rate at this stage is just shy of 4 runs per over. So singles at this stage would take Western Tigers towards victory. So there's nothing fancy anything fancy required as it now. A quick single, just like that. Just push the ball towards the gap and you run. That'll do the trick for the Western Tigers, because 93 for 4, they're not in a position to take any risks. They do not want to take any risks. They can't afford to lose another wicket here. Last ball of this over. So 4 runs coming off from that over. 15 overs done. Last 10 to go. 95 for 5. Ushada to continue. Oh, this time it's gone. It's gone. That's straight enough. And Devidu has to depart. Now Western Tigers falling apart one after another. And 94 for 5 now. They're back in this game. Beaston Warriors. There we go. Just a simple delivery. But it was straight and good length. And the batter had no idea whether to go for the front foot or the back foot. So he ends up going for the back foot. He ends up being trapped right in front. So Western Tigers now 94 for 5 and it's falling apart. Their dreams of making a win in this tournament is just getting even more difficult now, as they've lost half of the side for just 94 runs. Once again, presenting the full face of the bat. Akita Kudaligama is the new batter in and Ravidu Sandeep at the other end. Another quick single and coming back for the second round. Got to hurry. A direct hit would have been really interesting. Last ball of the over. Just 3 runs from it so far. Punched on the ground and 4 runs. And coming back for the second run. Make it 5 runs in that over. So 16 overs done, 99 for 5. Right, so Ravidu Sandeep, 14 or 15. Has shown some great promise, Ravidu Sandeep, with the bat, 14 or 15. Played some good shots. Got a couple of boundaries as well. So it's his presence out there in the middle that'll ease off the nerves a bit for the Western Tigers. But still, that's up in there. A chance, and it's dropped. Pasindu. Samarasinghe has dropped another chance here. A tossed up delivery from Sirit Malvattage. It was up in there for some time. Had to cover some ground. Not the easiest of the chances, I would say. But still, at this stage of the game, should have hold on to those catches. A tossed up delivery. Punched it down the ground. It was up in there for some time. Didn't really put much effort behind that shot as well. Ravidu Sandeep. So once again, 4 runs completed in the over. You can see the required run rate just about 3.5 runs per over, which means as long as they get 4 runs every over, they are on the safe side. Up in there once again. Not timed up to the perfection. Just a single. A pretty spread out field this from the Beeston Warriors. We'll talk about this in the next over. 17 overs done. 105 for 5. Good bit of work down in the deep that time. First ball latched back, a short pitch delivery. The intention was to get that boundary through that extra cover region. Oh, confusion. Very safe. Once again, worked away towards the offside. Rather towards the onside this time from Ravinder Sandeep. A pretty spread out field for these two batters from the Beeston Warriors. So it does stop those boundaries, but at the same time, it just gives easy ones and twos for the batters. You know, just have to make sure that you're just gently pushing, not hard striking, but just gently pushing that ball towards the gaps and getting those ones and twos. $18 overs done. 109 for 5. 22 more runs required of just 41 deliveries. Ravindu Sandeep on 18 of 21. Playing gem of an innings here. Right, 2 runs. Just a single. Not enough power behind that ball to get it all the way. These two batters just doing it perfectly here. Getting those ones and twos. Not trying to hit the ball hard. Just a gentle push, knowing that the fielders are spread out. Just like that. Now these are runs on offer. Might just go all the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. Just a gentle deflection of the bat and it runs away for a boundary. Extra runs, there we go. It's disappointing on the part of Beast and Warriors. Because these two batters are now slowly but steadily taking the game away from Beast and Warriors. Ninety overs done, 119 for 5. Right, so just 13 more runs required now. Looks like Malindu Chaturanga is back with the ball in hand. Yep, 13 runs required. Runs on offer here. 2 runs. Yeah. Should be buys. We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. Nothing. Came off the bat, I guess. $122 for 5 now. Western Tigers. Manandu Chaturanga. 1 for 20 in 3.4 overs. There we go, much better. Akita Kudaligama just playing the field really well here. Into the single digits now. 9 runs off 31. Single to finish things off. 8 runs required. 20 was done. 124 for 5. Right, here we go. Runs on offer. 2 runs. Oh, just a single. Good early call. That's the right decision there. Oh, confusion. And they're going back for the second run. No backup whatsoever for the Beeston Warriors that time as well. Not the first time it happened. Happened twice or thrice in this match. That is something that Beeston Warriors will need to keep in mind. No backup when the throw comes in. These are simple mistakes, cardinal mistakes, but yet very simple. That's up in there. Just a single. Goes towards the mid-wicket region. There we go, much better. 2 runs on offer for sure. Alright, so just 3 runs away from victory. That's the end of the over as well. 21 overs done, 129 for 5. A single taken. Just 2 runs away from victory now. It's been a superb game of cricket. Even in the morning, we had a good game of cricket. But now, with the Western Tigers, how they have managed to chase this target down. Has punched down the ground. And there we go. That's the game for the Western Tigers. Agita Kudaligama fittingly finishing things off of a misfield, but doesn't matter because it's been a superb all-round performance from the Western Tigers to win this match here at the Thurston College grounds after restricting the Beeston Warriors for just 132 runs in their 25 overs. Western Tigers have chased it in just 21.5 overs. So that is 19 deliveries remaining. And they've managed to cross the line and to record their first win in this tournament, the Lancashire Premier League 2025. Remember, they lost their first game by a massive 83-run margin. But now, this win will definitely help them to stay in this competition and rise in that points table as well. So it's a superb performance from the Western Tigers. So a superb all-round performance from the Western Tigers. And we've thoroughly enjoyed here at the Thurston College grounds. Looking into the batting, it was Atif Razak and Abdur Rahman, a 50-plus partnership for the opening wicket that really set the tone for the Western Tigers. And then Ravindu Sandeep and Agita Kudaligama finished things off properly and in an authoritative manner to finish things off and to win the match. So a total of 134 runs reached in just 21.5 overs with 19 balls to spare. So having a look at the bowling performances. 3 wickets for Osha De Silva, 4 overs, 17 runs and for 3 wickets. And Sirit Malwattage picking up 1 wicket for 18 as well. And the bowling, although looked pretty decent, still it was not enough to put or to exert pressure on the Western Tigers as they managed to chase this target down with ease with 19 balls to spare. So let's have a look at some of the highlights of this innings of Western Tigers, how they started off brilliantly, in fact, as the opening partnership went on for 58 runs, if I'm not mistaken. A superb opening partnership that really took the game away from the Beeston Warriors. Especially Atif Razak and Abdur Rahman really played the field really well, and even in the power play they got the maximum use of it, and they played some risk-free shots, I would say, especially after the power play. They managed to stay in the wicket for, I think, if I'm not mistaken, around 7 to 8 overs, which was enough because they only chased down a total of 132 runs. So what they wanted was a good start, and that's exactly what they got from these two openers who batted brilliantly. Atif Razak getting into his half century as well and managing to get the team over the line quite well. So wickets started to tumble at one point as 4 wickets fell down in regular interval. Now this was the start of the collapse, and then came the captain Yunus. Shakur Yunus was dismissed, and then Tanvir Ashraf was also dismissed, trying to go for a big shot. Now that period, the Beeston Warriors looked as if they were coming into the game really well. But then these two batters, Agita Kudaligama and the rest of the middle order batters really did the job for the Western Tigers to chase this target down, and that was superbly well executed. Ravidu Sandeep and Agita Kudaligama just made the run chase at the end look very easy. So looking into the match summary, Beeston Warriors 131 for the loss of 8 wickets in 25 overs. Remember, they won the toss and elected to bat first. It was spinners who took control of the game right throughout that Beeston Warriors innings. And then Western Tigers chasing the target down with 19 balls to spare and 134 for the loss of 5 wickets. Atif Razak 53 of 42 and Ravidu Sandeep at 26 of 33 and Osha De Silva picking up 3 wickets for 17 runs. So Western Tigers winning the match by 5 wickets. So hope you enjoyed our live stream right here from the Thurston College grounds, the Lancashire Cricket Academy, the Lancashire Premier League 2025, and we have some pretty exciting matches coming up next week as well, and we hope to catch you live very soon next weekend as well from multiple grounds across the Colombo city. So we hope to see each and every one of you, and it's good night and goodbye from Thurston College grounds.